That is one important thing that I was able to see. And when you let go and let Paramashiva flow through you, that energy space to enter into you, when you become clear and have the clarity of what you want, you will see that the healing progress of your own, of yourself, will change. It will differ.
Yes, so Sumi Murli, you can get back in the comment section if you were able to relate. And she has also given the healing. And Muhammad Asif Raza Khan, when I scanned your body, I was able to see that in the food which you're eating, there is a lots of chemicals which are affecting your body in the food which you're eating, either in the normal spices and the normal food which you're getting. There's a lot of chemicals being added in it, even just the normal spices which the normal spices which you use in normal food. Even in those spices, there's a little impurity which is there. So if you're able to, the only solution which I was able to see for this is if you're able to get proper organic, pure vegetarian food, which is organic and pure, that would be great, and that will heal your body. And I was able to see is because of that only that your stomachs, your stomach and also your livers are getting little affected, and there's lots of heat and toxins getting accumulated there. So if you just start a healthier diet with getting pure spices, pure ingredients, which are not, which don't have chemicals added in it, then it will be great. And yes, now I see many others asking for a body scanning. Ma Dolly Reddy has asked for a body scanning for herself. And then Vikas Singh Aya has asked how I can open my third eye. Aya, just by seeing the Parashakti Akashic, just by seeing the Baba Samaya Darshan, you will be initiated into the powers of third eye. So you can just stay tuned for the Parashakti Akashic readings and for the Baba Samaya Darshans, and you will be initiated into the powers of third eye. And everyone else, Ma Dolly Reddy, Pigil, Sumimoli Aya, and Sahana DH, and Sahiba W, T Hariharan, everyone. And I think Ma Dolly D has put that she has gotten consent from everyone else also. Today, actually, due to the interest of time, we will be concluding today's power manifestation session. But every day at 2 a.m. IST and 4 p.m. IST, we will be having the same power manifestation segment. So all of you can again come online and request for body scanning, and we will be more than happy to do a body scanning for all of you. So yes, thank you everyone, and thank you for joining us. We thank all of you for joining us for this power manifestation segment. Please stay tuned in for the further segments and for the Parashakti Akashic readings. Thank you,
Thank you
Nitya.
all. Thank you all, Nityananda.
Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om 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 Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda 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 Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda
Nithyanam, welcome back, dear viewers. Now we will be entering into the next segment where we will understand who is Devi Parashakti.
So the Dhyana Shloka of Devi Parashakti is from the Lalita Sahasranama. Sindhuraruna vigraham trinayana manikya mauli spurate taranayaka shekharam smitamuki mapina vakshoruham panibhyam alipurna ratna chashakam raktotpalam bhibratim saumyam ratna gatastha rakta charanam dhyayet paramambikam.
The Divine Mother is to be meditated upon as shining in a vermilion red body, with a triple eyes, sporting a crown of rubies, studded with the crescent moon, a face all smiles, a splendid bust, one hand holding a jeweled cup brimming with mead, and the other twirling a red lotus.
Arunam karunam tarangatakshim dritapashankusha pushpabana chapam animadhibiravrita mayukai rahamityeva vibhavaye bhavanim.
I meditate on the great Empress. She is red in color, and her eyes are full of compassion, and holds the noose, the goad, the bow, and the flowery arrow in her hands. She is surrounded on all sides by powers such as Anima. And she is the self within me.
Devi, Parashakti, is the ultimate pure feminine consciousness. Parashakti is the cosmic mother, and it is in her cosmic womb, which form the billions and billions of universes, comes out and goes in. It is the source where the Big Bang and black holes go on and on. Parashakti is the source Shakti, the source energy, the source power, from which all of us came, which all of us are in even now, and which all of us are going to merge into.
her extreme love and compassion, Parashakti herself is manifesting through the embodied form as the Nijavatara of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Jagat Guru Mahasannidhanam, His Divine Holiness Nithyananda Paramashivam, gracing us, answering all of our questions, attending to our prayers, giving boons, healing us, revealing our past, present, and future, delivering profound spiritual truths, and ultimately giving us the experience of Paramashivoham itself.
In the words of Parashakti herself, raising as Omkara, expressing as Vedas and Agamas, blossomed as Hrimkara filled with Parashodasi, living in 40 triangles, the Kailasa Swamini, who is in Kailasa, Sri Purachintamani, Parashodasi, sitting as part of Paramashiva, Parameshwari, who rules the universe, Paramashakti, Manonmani, Meenakshi, as Nithyananda. I took Nijavatara here to give good boons to everyone, to bestow all goodness. Hiranyagarbha Swarupini, Brahmandayoni, Shami, Chandramauli, Rapala, Aparna, Uma, Parvati. I came Savitri, Navayavana, Samrajya Lakshmi, Parameshwari, Parashodasi, Meenakshi, taking the form of Nithyananda. I came here as Nijavatara with great compassion. I am blessing. Listen, people. To do good to all of them, I took the form of Nithyananda and came down as Nijavatara.
Raising in Omkara, blossoming as Shiva, manifesting as source of existence, powers of existence, expression of existence, from the oneness of Om, blossoming into two as Prakriti and Purusha, blossoming as three Shaktis, Icha, Kriya, Jnana, growing as the four Vedas, expanding as the five Panchabhutas, beyond the six chakras, filled as the Gotras of the seven Rishis, expanding as 8 directions, existing as 9 grahas, blossoming as 10 Indriyas, being as 11 Rudras, creating all the worlds, bringing life to tell and make truth blossom, and to do good. Parashodasi, Meenakshi, in the form of Nithyananda, I came to bless every one of you.
So now let's see how we can all receive Devi Parashakti. So literally you are seeing Paramashiva and Parashakti at that moment. She is there on your screen, so always receive her in a very traditional way. Or if you can keep 2 betel leaves, 1 banana, 1 betel nut, and 1 coin in front of the screen and watch Devi. A coin is considered the traditional dakshina in Hindu tradition. It can be the lowest value in India. It can even be 1 paise. And in the US, it can even be a cent. I am not trying to monetize. Keep even 1 cent, it is okay. So for 100 days, if you have darshan, it will add up to $1. In India, even 1 paise is okay.
Offer that to Devi. After darshan is over, do namaskar and eat the banana, betel leaf, and betel nut. Take it as prasadam immediately. Collect these coins and send it to the LA temple. This betel leaf, betel nut may look too small, but in a few days, you will see how much it adds to your sentiment that really she is there. You will not take Devi Darshan for granted. Rituals will break your monotonous, unconscious mentality and lifestyle and remind you and raise you to the powerful cognition. It will break your unconscious behavior.
So now all of you can see how you can set up your tambulam, the 2 betel leaves, the 1 banana, the 1 betel nut, and the coin. All of this can be arranged in a plate and kept in front of the screen.
Yes. Now we will take a short break and return to learn about what are Akashic readings.
Yes, so let's see what are the Akashic records. The Akashic records are records which are created in space, and whatever has happened in the time is there as a file. Nothing can be destroyed, so please understand, none of your actions, thoughts, plans, emotions, words, nothing can be destroyed. The Akashic records are the cosmic archives of everything happened, happening, and will happen.
The Akashic records are the verbal, visual, five-dimensional documents. Whatever is happening is recorded continuously in the Akashic records. All the information you collected from all of your births is in your DNA. You can access some of them just to understand and not to waste the time doing the same actions again and again. These are the direct words of the Supreme Pontiff.
So let's see, what is the Akashic reading? The Akashic reading is not a prediction. It is a reading from the cosmic archives. So there is no such thing as past, present, and future beyond space, creation, destruction, which happens simultaneously. In the dimension of time starts the past, present, and future. But in the Akashic chords, there is no past, there is no present, and there is no future. That is why what you call as happened, happening, and yet to happen is clearly already recorded in the Akashic records.
In Swamiji's own words, what are the Akashic readings? Nobody has a right to comment on these readings. Nobody has a right to manipulate these readings. Nobody has a right to interpret these readings. They are complete unto themselves. For anybody to live in tune with the cosmos, the Jivan Mukti, living enlightenment, does not need any special practice other than listening to these great readings again and again. When you listen to these great readings, naturally, your negative logic is penetrated, broken, and these great truths settle in your inner space and make you live enlightenment.
As the avatar of Paramashiva, the supreme point of Hinduism has graced humanity with the blessings and darshan in the form of Devi Parashakti, revealing answers to all our questions and to the yearning of seekers as solutions, breakthroughs, and liberating humanity from pain and suffering. Any answer given by Devi Parashakti is not just an answer, but a karmic breakthrough for all of us. The Shastra Pramana for the power of Akashic reading is from the Vijnana Bhairava Tantra, Dharana 61, Sutra 84. Akasham vimalam pashyan kritva drishtim nirantaram stabdatma takshanad devi bhairavam vapurapnuyat.
Bhagavan Paramashiva says, looking at the spotless infinite etheric space, Akasha, beyond the sky and clouds, one should fix one's gaze from the third eye without blinking continuously and make the body and inner space steady and motionless. In that very moment, O Devi, one attains the nature and powers of the infinite space, Bhairava.
The Apta Pramana for the power of Akashic reading is from the Hindu Purana Mahabharata, which narrates the story of the great sage Maitreya who reveals the secrets to Vidura, the story of his birth in human form, and reasons of all his suffering. Sage Maitreya accessed the Akashic records and told Vidura that he was not an ordinary man, but was in fact an incarnation of Yamaraja, the Lord of Death. He was to play a part of the so-called Shudra for 100 years, being cursed by Manduka Muni.
So what are the benefits of having your Akashic readings read? The Supreme Pontiff says that all the information you collected from all of your births is in your DNA. You can access some of them just to understand and not to waste the time doing the same actions again and again. Accessing the DNA code, reading the Akashic records will be useful for you to be liberated from your default future, bringing an end to binding cognitions, known and unknown suffering, leading you to the experience of enlightenment, Paramashivoham.
The initiate Balasins can view the Akashic records. However, only an avatar can alter edit, upgrade, and change the Akashic records. During the darshan and dikshas, the supreme point of Hinduism blesses and upgrades the Akashic records as per the prayer of the devotees.
So what can you ask in the Akashic readings? You can learn the most accurate and unbiased answer to any questions about your life, destiny, purpose, or any everyday part of your life. You can be spiritually healed of physical and emotional problems with just a look or word, and understand the reasons behind your life's happenings. You can receive blessings to fulfill your right desires and get the clarity to redesign your future.
So now, with this, after a small break, we'll be moving on to the next segment. All of you can stay tuned for the next segments.
Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. 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 Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
Just be alive for next 3 years. Don't die within next 3 years. Just don't die within next 3 years. Be alive. Somehow be alive. I'm working sincerely. I will reach you somehow. Somehow I will reach you. It's my commitment to humanity. Just don't die within next 3 years. I will reach you wherever you are, whichever corner of the world you may be. I will reach you with enlightenment. You manifesting the space, state, powers, being Paramashivoham. It is possible, and it is possible for you. Paramashiva will reach you with enlightenment science. I know he is going to do the job. Just be alive for next 3 years. Nothing else. Just
Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om 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 Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
Can the NTV operator project the feedback, please? Okay. Nithyanandam, welcome back, dear viewers. Now we will understand some of the revelations given by Devi Parashakti to the world. On the 27th of April 2021, Devi revealed this revelation. We will watch this short video.
That comes from your muscle memory. But the way you cognize you, your inner image, comes from your biomemory. That stays in your biomemory. Completion with mother only can heal and complete your biomemory. Mother worship is the direct method. Understand? Mother worship is the direct method. That's the word I'll use. Most direct method to bring completion in your biomemory. The attitude, the bhava, which forms the basis for the way you connect with the life in Vedic tradition. If you judge, you will be judged. Why, you know? Because the basis with which you relate with the world the same thing will be the basis with which you will relate with yourself. Don't think when it comes to others you can utter the strong words. When it comes to you, you can just be very cute and friendly. No. The strong words which you utter towards others will be the same strong words you will be uttering towards yourself. Listen. The strong words you utter towards others will be the same strong words you will be uttering towards yourself. The attitude you build towards others will be same. That's the same way you will be relating. That will be the basis for you to relate with yourself also. That is why I insist, bring motherliness in all your relationship with others. You will bring so much of motherliness in your relationship with yourself. You will be able to heal you. You will be able to feel you. You will be able to be complete within yourself. When you bring tremendous healing energy of mother in your day-to-day attitude with everything, suddenly you will see you will become so cool with yourself. I tell you, the best thing can happen to a human being is ability to be cool with yourself. Because you can't be cool with yourself, so much of frustration with yourself, you go on abusing left and right. Anybody comes in front of your eyes. You say, this fellow has cheated me, that fellow has cheated me, that fellow has cheated me, that fellow has exploited me, he has swindled me, he robbed me. Understand?
Yes, we can move on to the next slide, please.
Your inability to be with yourself, your inability
So now we will understand the revelations by Devi given on the 27th of April, 2021, translated into English roughly. Listen intensely. Apply turmeric in the forehead. Intake flowers of neem in your inner tongue. Be in unclutched state in your heart. Have an anthill soil in your lower abdomen, onion in your heels as a protection, and go to sleep every day. You will be established in Nirvikalpa Samadhi state and be in the state of Turiya. Parameshwari, I am blessing you all. Only this is a sweet way to get rid of diseases, sufferings, ailments, karmas, mental stress, depression, and depression of this pralaya. Oh, people, listen. Life without any hardships will happen. I am giving you the completion of enlightenment and Paramashiva Padam. Let you live in Nithyananda with stability. Always I will be with you and protect you. Do not worry. So Devi has revealed how to sit in Padmasana, just like the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, on the 11th of 2021. Now we'll watch that video.
You will be able to sit in Padmasana like me. Eat the rice with a neem flower. This is the instruction for all the humanity. Neem flower and the rice will heal your body and remove all the pains, induce flexibility, samana and prana, detox your body and clear apana. Om. You will be able to sit in Padmasana like me.
And to reiterate what the Supreme Concept of Hinduism revealed from Devi Parashakti, you will be able to sit in Padmasana like me, eat the rice with neem flour. This is the instruction for all the humanity. Neem flour and rice will heal the body and remove all the pains, induce flexibility, samana, prana, detox your body, and clear the apana. So what are the benefits of neem flour? The neem tree offers several health benefits, including all the parts of this tree are useful and known for its medicinal use. The flowers, just as the leaves, have plenty of therapeutic benefits, and which explains the many uses in the Ayurvedic medicine since time immemorial. The neem flower is known to improve digestion health, and mainly it helps with, is used in the dry powdered form for cooking. It can be included in fried, boiled, dried, or roasted forms in rice dishes, and it can be used in a sauce for therapeutic purposes. The neem flower is well known for weight loss and is extremely effective in losing fat, mostly from the belly area. The flower is known for its potent properties, which help in fat breakdown. Dried flowers can be powdered and consumed every morning, mixed in a glass of water, and it helps in cleansing the liver and removing unwanted toxins from the body. It's good for liver health as it acts as a purifier. The neem flower is also beneficial in the detoxification of your blood. Dried neem flowers in their powdered form can be consumed every morning with a glass of water. It helps in blood detoxification and purifies the body internally. This means clearer and glowing complexion. The neem flower also improves metabolism. When consumed on a regular basis, neem improves the metabolism. It improves blood circulation and is good for the immunity and offers great positivity. The neem flowers are also used in the treatment of belching, nausea, anorexia, and intestinal worms. In Ayurveda, it says that the leaves are magical for the eyes and beneficial for treating headaches and skin. Neem flowers cause hypolipidemic effects when administered on rabbits. Dietary neem flowers can cause a marked increase in this enzyme activity in the liver and also possess chemopreventive potential on mammary and liver carcinogenesis. Extract of neem flowers are reported as potent anti-mutagens. Neem flower is considered as an antiseptic that can cleanse your system. It is also known to cure skin impurities when applied on the skin. During the month of Chitra, the summer month, as a tradition, neem flower, jaggery salts can be mixed and eaten, which balances the heat in the body and balances the pitta in the body. Boiling the neem flower with water strengthens the liver and is an excellent remedy for children. For immunity, soak the flower in the buttermilk with salt, and that can be consumed after 3 days. This needs to be stored in an airtight container and can be roasted in gingerly oil and consumed regularly. Just soak the flowers in the water overnight, and early morning, if you start drinking that water, it will help strengthen your body. And for balancing pitta, you need to roast the flowers in ghee, and this can be used with curry leaves. So now we will enter into the next segment after a short break.
Paramashivoham.
What I mean by the word Kailasa, listen intensely. Enlightenment ecosystem, literally enlightenment itself, in your own home, wherever you are. If you cannot come to Kailasa, it's okay. Kailasa can come to you. Kailasa coming to you is Kailasa. I will revive Hinduism. I am a Hindu revivalist, not by any revolution, but by evolution. And setting model communities. Kailasas, enlightenment ecosystems, Sarvanya Pitas all over the world. All powerful cognition, knowledge, only when you live, power manifestation and possibilities manifestation happens. This is a fundamental truth. Hinduism cannot live exclusively as one sampradaya. No. All sampradayas of Hinduism is an ecosystem. So don't keep quiet thinking that if one sampradaya is attacked, only that sampradaya is going to be affected. All of us are ecosystems. I invite all of you to get involved and enjoy Hinduism by the principle of Dharmo Rakshati Rakshitaha. When you protect Dharma, Dharma protects you. We will make the whole planet flourish spiritually. The spiritual prosperity will happen to the whole planet. We all have to coexist together. We get you health. We get you ability to build beautiful relationships in your life. We get you direct spiritual support, and we make sure you become wealthy. We won't stop giving you just good life. We will literally not stop till you live enlightened life. Manifesting the state of Paramashiva, space of Paramashiva, powers of Paramashiva, being of Paramashiva. Whole world should become Kailasians. I want the whole world to know Hindus have something great to contribute to the world. We have something great to contribute to the world.
Let us do that.
Kailasa is proper customized spiritual service helping you to identify your root patterns of suffering. We have perfected the science of helping every individual from every cultural, religious, nationality background. You will have lowest reactionary assumptions, highest awakened response, alive response for life continuously. Kailasa is enlightenment ecosystem, literally enlightenment itself in your own home, wherever you are. Proper customized spiritual service helping you to complete with your life negativity, withdrawal from life, self-hatred, self-denial, self-doubt, so much of tiredness, laziness. We can support you aligning your diet, your attitude, your aptitude, your understanding about life. We can help you with everything. If you are interested in enlightenment, we will immediately bring this to you. If you are not interested, we will explain the whole science, inspire you and make you interested in enlightenment science. We need to cater this enlightenment science to the whole world wherever they are, because
Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
Nithyananda, welcome back, dear viewers. And so far, all of us has seen, we all saw various aspects of who is Devi Parashakti, what is Akashic reading, and what are the benefits of Akashic readings. And we all even saw about an experience and understanding about the extraordinary Shaktis that one receives through the science of Diksha. Now, in this segment, this is going to be a very, very entertaining and an amazing, powerful segment, a very scientific segment. And of course, Manitya Purna Priyananda just also took us through a brief segment of this, where we are going to be seeing Devi Parashakti's revelations and how they have manifested as reality. Let us first watch the Akashic reading, the revelation from Devi Parashakti, before we enter into the main segment.
கரும்பூஞ்சை வியாதிக்கு வைத்தியம் கேட்கின்றாய், நன்றாய் தெரிந்து கொள். கரும்பூஞ்சை வியாதி நுரையீரல் மட்டுமல்லாது மூளையையும் நசுக்கி மனிதனை ஜடமாக்கி மரணத்திற்குள் தள்ளும் உயிரியல் ஆயுதம். மனிதர்கள் மீது நடத்தப்படும் உயிரியல் போர் இது. நவபாஷாணத்தின் மீது பொழியப்பட்ட நீரும் மஞ்சளும் பாலும் வேம்பு ரசமுமே இதற்கு மருந்து. அதை அருந்தி உடலிலே அதை ஊற்றி நீராடி இருந்தவர்க்கு காவல் அம்பிகையின் சக்தி Parashakti. Om, Om, Om. சிருஷ்டி நஷ்டமாகாதிருக்க தேவ ரகசியங்களை தெளிவாய் உலகத்திற்கு சொல்லிவிட்டேன். இந்த ரகசியங்கள் எல்லாம் உலகத்திற்கு நாம் நித்யானந்தன் வடிவு கொண்டு சொல்லும் பொழுது எதிரிகள் பெருங்கோபத்தோடு நித்யானந்தன் திருவுருவை அழித்திடாமல் இருந்திடவே அவன் திருவுருவை கைலாயத்திற்கு கொண்டு வந்து பாதுகாப்பாக்கிக் கொண்டு பிறகு இந்த உண்மையெல்லாம் உலகத்திற்கு சொல்லுகின்றேன். அன்னை பராசக்தியும் கூட உண்மைகளை உலகிற்கு சொல்லும் முன் தற்காப்பு செய்து கொள்ள வேண்டிய அளவிற்கு மனிதர்களின் அரக்கத்தனமும் அட்டூழியமும் உலகத்தில் அரண்டு ஆடுகின்றது. ஓம் 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 ஓம்.
Actually, the video that just what we watched is from the 19th of May 2021 in the Parashakti Akashic reading, what Devi Parashakti herself, through the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, had revealed to the world. And we have been seeing so many different examples of how whatever Parashakti has been revealing has been manifesting as a reality. How Devi Parashakti has come down and coming down every day just to tell us all what is it that has happened. So let's look at the English mapping to what was revealed by Devi Parashakti, because I don't want to say it's a complete translation, because just the mapping in the English language to what Parashakti had revealed. It says, you're asking remedy for black fungal disease. Know properly, black fungal disease, not only it will affect the lungs, it will smash the brain also. It is a bio weapon that makes humans as a lifeless matter and push them to death.
Dear viewers, also please mark the date as we're reading the translation. This was revealed on the 19th of May 2021.
The demonishness and atrocities of humans is dancing in the world that even Mother Parashakti needs to do self-protection before telling the truths to the world. So now this was the rough translation, that was English mapping to what Parashakti had revealed. And now let's see what are the different points she's revealed and how it is manifesting as real.
Actually, the first important fact that all of us need to know is as of 19th May 2021, where it was black fungus was, I would say, almost in the beginning stages. Black fungus was denied and dismissed as rare. And just shortly after Devi Parashakti had revealed, made this powerful revelation about the black fungus, it was declared as an epidemic by several states. It was declared as a pandemic within pandemic. Very shortly, it was discovered that it eats the brain, exactly as per Devi Parashakti's revelation. It further also was revealed by scientific research that it mutilates the body and face. It eats the bones. It affects only the COVID patients. It's extremely fatal, where 50% of the people infected with it died. Next slide. Now, let us see the revelations of about this black fungus that happened. Black fungus was already declared an epidemic by several states. We can see here, this is May 23rd of 2021. May 19th, Devi had revealed.
This is what is the point that all of us need to mark. Till May 19th, 2021, and even 21st, 22nd, the entire world believed and actually neglected this black fungal disease as something that was too trivial, something that is rare, something it is not an epidemic. After Parashakti revealed, in 4 days, on May 23rd, 2021, it was declared by several states of India that this is an epidemic. Next slide, please. India faces shortage of treatments in face of 2 epidemics. COVID-19 increases black fungus infection risk in India. Next slide, please. These are all the different news that had come out on May 23rd, 2021. And the black fungal disease was declared as an epidemic and the cases climbed to 12,000 in COVID hit India. And this is now by 29th of May, already the entire India had declared that this is an epidemic.
Actually, one thing to note is in the previous article, actually it told all of us need to know the seriousness of it, because as Devi revealed, the article published clearly reveals that how the whole black fungus, it just eats up your brain. So the way that they are curing it right now, it initially starts affecting starts affecting the nose, the nasal region, and then it gets so serious that it invades into our brain and it starts eating our brain. The way they are curing black fungus right now is extremely, I would say, it's that by itself is a very horrific one, because they need to remove one eye, they need to remove one part of the jaw and some part of the skull in order to cure a person out of black fungus. That's the way the cure is so far. And the whole black fungus is affecting tens and thousands already in India by the 23rd of May 2021. And as per this article, it says 29th of May 2021.
So you all can see the timeline, how it is happening. So 19th May, Parashakti reveals, and by 23rd, the world realizes and wakes up. By 29th of May, already it is declared as an epidemic. For the slides, please. Next, the black fungal disease was declared not just as an epidemic, but a pandemic. It was declared as a pandemic within COVID-19 pandemic. The cases started soaring high. The slides, please. And Devi had revealed, we had shared with you, we heard that directly from Devi Parashakti on the 19th of May, that Devi revealed saying it will smash your brain also and it will eat the humans alive. Here we can see flesh-eating black fungus. Note the terms. Black fungus has a near 50% of mortality rate. 50%. Oh my God. That's tragic. It is tragically it's tragically killing many who were relieved to have beaten COVID-19. The infection, please listen carefully. The infection can eat through the skin, the soft tissue, or even bone as it attacks the brain. They were told to literally smash the brain. And that's exactly what the world realizes, but much later.
Now, what we all need to note is those who are out of COVID, who are already affected by COVID, since their medical system, the immunity is weakened due to the steroids, because the COVID medications and the steroids that's induced into them. Hence, it directly weakens their immunity system, making the people who recovered from COVID more susceptible to the black fungus virus. Now we can see the next one that Devi had revealed is the human beings will die like rats and cats on the streets. The points we all need to note. What Devi revealed is the dead bodies will be floating in large quantity in the river Ganga. Authorities fudging the numbers and underreporting. Dogs eating those dead bodies. Because dogs ate those dead bodies, they are dying. The poor human beings are eating those dogs' dead bodies because they don't have food and they are dying.
So this is what was revealed in the Parashakti Akashic reading. Now let's see how it has become a reality. By now I think the whole world knows. You all heard the news. Just few days after Devi's revelation, you all can see, oh my God, it's just so tragic.
Actually, this just two here, but we have hundreds of bodies that were floating. This was already 1 month back.
That's what you could see in the other side of the picture, where it shows a lot of human bodies floating in the other corner. Here is just two bodies that are highlighted and shown. Hundreds of bodies. You can go to the further slides, no? Bodies found in sand on the banks of Ganga. Oh my God, dogs eating those dead bodies. As they be revealed, we can see how it was found. Exactly the same thing is happening. Further slides. You can go to the further slides.
We can see here how it is put. Human beings will die like rats and cats. Exactly as per this revelation, several dead bodies found floating in Ganga in Bihar, Yamuna and UP as COVID-19 cases surge. Here we can see as India is reeling under massive second wave of COVID-19 pandemic, the number of deaths has also increased. Such is the situation of crematoriums and burial grounds, and they are back to the capacity. And we can also see in the previous slide how they had told that the dogs start feasting on these dead bodies. Because the crematoriums are full, hospital beds are not available, and people fall dead on the roads, and the relatives find no place, no choice but dump the bodies on the river. They come and they get settled in the banks and they are buried sometimes. Americans, relatives themselves directly buried on the river beds. And then what happens is the sand gets, due to the soil erosion that happens because of the wind, the dog starts coming and feasting and eating those dead bodies. Now we can see how the virus is going to spread more due to such actions. We can actually see here over 150 COVID dead bodies dumped in Ganga in Bihar. It's 150 in number just in one place. And over 150 dead bodies which have been reported as COVID fatalities have been dumped on the banks of the Ganges River. These COVID bodies will be washed down further and can be eaten by stray dogs, which will further spread the coronavirus. This report is as per the 10th of May 2021, shortly after the revelation by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. The next slide, please. Here we can see another article which quotes, bodies found floating in Ganga in UP day after the Bihar horror. We can see in Buxar in Bihar, the bodies were floating. Next year, it's in Ghazipur in Uttar Pradesh. The bodies were found floating in the river Ganga. The next slide, please. Dozens of more bodies wash up on the Ganges river bank. And here we all need to see, this is an evidence. So this is published by a renowned media house. And here we can see how they're underplaying the number where they're reporting the deaths as only 40 bodies. Please make a note of it. So on Monday, they're saying 40 bodies were pulled up from the river, some 55 kilometers, 34 miles downstream from Gamar. Now, we're going to show you the next place, in the same place of Allahabad.
Same report, same happening, but a different channel reporting. Let's see, so you can see the stark difference.
So this is Dainik Bhaskar reporting, and we can see here in Kanpur, which is UP, is one of the most populated states, 400 corpses. 400 corpses were buried near the Shereshwar Ghat.
Literally 100 times it is reduced. The number is reduced and reported. So imagine and see how much you have, what information you have been receiving, how much it is manipulated. That's
actually, we can also see one more number to note.
Has told. That's why the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has told that India is dying, media is lying. Sorry, as she was mentioning, you can even see the next number. Just nearby, 900 bodies were found. 900. 400 corpses was buried near Shareshwar Ghat. And you all can see this is just a different media's report. So how much the mainstream media is underplaying these numbers. For the slides, please. So the next is how the stark differences are. Right now, the official counts are 26.9 million, the reported cases, and the reported deaths are 307,231. This is just from India. Now, is the previous slide, please. No? A conservative scenario, like where even if we say in a very minimum level, but actually happening right now, estimated infections itself is 404.2 million infections. It's much more, I think 200 times more. Estimated deaths are 600,000. So more likely scenario, which if you can see as this, 539.0 million estimated infections and 1.6 million estimated. Actually, this is by a New York Times. And a worst case scenario says, if this isn't contained, it might lead to 700.7 million infections and 4.2 million deaths just from India alone. It's literally wiping out half of population. And actually here we all can see in the article quoting the New York Times, it had clearly revealed, it is clearly published that how even in the least dire of these estimated infections and deaths far exceed the official figures. More pessimistic ones show toll on order of millions of deaths, the most catastrophic loss anywhere in the world. Even a conservative estimate is one of the most catastrophic loss anywhere in the world because we have millions of deaths. We can see even a conservative 1.6 million deaths is one of the most catastrophic loss anywhere. But a worst scenario and a very conservative viewpoint to the worst scenario is 4.2 million deaths. India is dying, media is lying. There is a lot of suffering that is happening. There's a lot with COVID that's happening. But one thing that we all can do is wake up and protect ourselves, our near and dear ones, our loved ones. For the slides, please. We can see another horrifying. Over 2,000 bodies were found within the range of 1,140 kilometers. Just within that range. The banks of River Ganga. It's literally like 2 dead bodies every kilometer. That horrible. Yes. 2,000 dead bodies. Just imagine the contamination of water. My God. So many people are going. And that's the horror. It's not just like dead bodies and in the water is one. The people seeing it, the smell of the bodies rotting, the stray dogs infecting, the predatory birds eating them, and the whole land becomes unusable. Just a mosquito goes and sits on it, or a fly goes and sits on it, and comes and sits on another person. It spreads. Like every way, every possible way, it spreads. Next slide, please. Yes, you can go to the next slide, Ma. Indian population is 136 crore. There's 1.36 billion. Out of that, 700 million people are already. Wow, it's a walking huge number. That's more than 50%. It's like the worst case, India's COVID deaths are 14 times higher than government count, says the news. It's like COVID is now airborne. So actually, this is also something I think last year itself. Denial and criticism, acceptance as a theory or a possibility, acceptance as a fact, a delayed warning issue, criticism for this delayed acceptance, nobody accountable for the deaths of the slide. Now we can see of how the denial of the COVID vaccine is creating virus. And here we can see how it is named a person. Luc Montagnier, born on 18th August, and he won the Nobel Prize for his discovery of human immunodeficiency virus HIV. So Montagnier has promoted several controversial and unverified claims surrounding vaccination homeopathy and COVID-19. Further slides, please. So then he has said, COVID vaccine is creating variants. He says it is the vaccination that is creating the variants. He is a 2008 Nobel laureate, and he has made these explosive comments. They're going viral on the social media. Further slides, please. Next slide. Now we can see how COVID was most infectious disease is now airborne was revealed, and also exactly as per David's revelation, and he also quoted one of the scientists. Now we are seeing so many COVID variants that are coming out. The latest as Delta and Delta Plus virus. Now we can see here how the world's most infectious disease, the COVID-19, is also become airborne. The next slide. Now we can see here that the Swamiji, as soon as Devi Parashakti has revealed, we can see the one of the articles, the Mint, quoting that discussing about the airborne transmission for months. It was only last week that the WHO and CDC made this official that the COVID-19 is airborne. The next slide, please. The airborne COVID threat is confirmed. Now we can see the Hindu explaining of how the COVID-19 can be in airborne also, how the droplets of the coughs and sneezes can spread droplets of saliva and the mucus, and the tiny particles possibly produced by talking are suspended in the air for longer and travel further. Now these droplets get into the human hair, which is 60 to 120 microns wide, and they settle and get into the system through that core. Now we can see how exactly as per the revelation of Devi Parashakti, as the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism had revealed, how the spread of this virus is happening. Step by step, every moment, humanity is facing a backlash of its own actions and unconsciousness. And the avatar, out of his extreme compassion, is time and again not just telling humanity what lays ahead, because there are so many people, there are so many scientists, there are many people who are very in a short span of time, like trying to find out, trying to figure out and trying to catch up, and they are giving out the warnings. But what we all need to note is much ahead of humanity. Swamiji had revealed these happenings to humanity, not just revealing,
But Swamiji opened his doors, the doors of Kailasa, took the step to even give the solution to people, make it available, accessible to the common mass, making it completely free of cost. Now, what all of you can also see is that the Adi Kailasha Sarvagnya Peetham and the Kailasas, many of the Kailasas are open. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has opened the doors of Kailasa to accommodate people for a protective and preventive quarantine. Now, any of you that are interested, what you can do, Devi is revealing so much, it's all happening is reality. What is the step you can take? Sign up now. Save your life, protect yourself from the COVID-19 pandemic. You all can take a step. Quarantine. Take a protective preventive quarantine at Kailasa. You can go ahead and register at kailasa.org/Kailasa Care. And now, before we enter into the next segment, let's take a short break and we'll be right back with you all to take you all further into our next segment.
Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om 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 Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda.
Just be alive for next 3 years. Don't die within next 3 years. Just don't die within next 3 years. Be alive. Somehow be alive. I'm working sincerely. I will reach you somehow. Somehow I will reach you. It's my commitment to humanity. Just don't die within next 3 years. I will reach you wherever you are, whichever corner of the world you may be. I will reach you with enlightenment. You manifesting the space, state, powers, being, Paramashivoham. It is possible, and it is possible for you. Paramashiva will reach you with enlightenment science. I know he is going to do the job. Just be alive for next 3 years. Nothing else.
Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. 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 Om Nithyananda Paramashi Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Paramashivoham.
Welcome back, dear viewers. Now let us all enter into our next segment. All of us had seen about how these revelations are happening, and each of us must be just maybe in awe, in shock, or many of us just like, oh my God, trying to fathom the power of just sitting and listening to Devi Parashakti. Now, what all of us are going to enter into is a very beautiful segment. Each of us are going to understand what is the way you can connect to Devi Parashakti. When she is sitting, manifesting in front of the screen and sitting and uttering to each of us, what can you do? How can you connect with her? Let us now enter into one of the most powerful way of connecting with the divine, offering of sevas and rituals. Now, what is the significance of offering in Hinduism? Offering is a giving of divine gift of pure love, devotion, oneness, and it consists of two parts. One is giving and the second is accepting. Now, giving, how the giving happens is, see, only when the divine accepts what one offers, the offering becomes complete. Offering is not made out of fear nor out of greed. You can't say, oh my God, if I alone don't offer, all my friends are offering, let me also offer. It cannot happen like that. An offering needs to happen from the space of gratitude, deep understanding, and deep reverence. When an avatar lands, the offerings are purely a part of the grand Leela played out for the only purpose of enlightenment. The next thing, please. The next slide. Now, let's see the Dhyana Shloka, Devi Parashakti. Induni bhaveda karavagni nayanam syat pankajavara japakshara sayuktam angahima bhushana vichitra vasanam syat tungamakuto jvala manonmani swarupam. Moonlight face holding the Vedas and books on one hand, fire in the eyes with lotus flower gracing and blessing hands. One hand with japamala beautifully decorated with jeweled ornaments, in wonderful clothes and shining big crown. Her name is Manonmani. This is a Dhyana mantra of from the Moolagama of Devi Manonmani. Next slide, please. The next Dhyana Shloka Devi Parashakti. Dhyayete vim trinetram shashini bhavadanam vedahastam dadhanam savye padmam varadam apare cha bhayam chakshamalam divyairabharanair vibhushitatanum brahmadibhih pujitam devi meva manonmani pratidinam Kamartha Dhatrim Shubham. I meditate on Devi with 3 eyes glowing like a moon and holding the Veda lotus and gracing with the blessing and gracing hands. She is wearing beautiful ornaments and is worshipped by Brahma. And she is worshipped by other many gods and showers auspicious boons for us every day. This is also from Manonmani Moolagama Dhanaman. So now we're going to be entering into the offerings. So the first thing we wanted to share with all of you is how the element gold itself is highly significant for us. How many of you knew that the gold by itself stores positive energy in it? Actually, all the viewers that are watching us live right now, you all can comment in the YouTube. How many of you know what are the benefits
of offering gold for the deities? You can comment in the YouTube live chat. Go ahead and comment. Actually, just going to be opening the YouTube live chat, and any of you are commenting, we will also be reading out your comments. Just wanted to share with all of you, gold by itself has the unique power of storing the extreme positive energy inside. It's so sattvic and helps us even treat fatal diseases. You all can keep posting your comments that you are seeing and whatever is your understanding. You can keep posting it in the YouTube live chat. The next slide, please. Actually, even life-threatening diseases. For that, gold was offered as a ritual fee. Gold was in abundance. Used to when for exchange for commodities, we used to use gold. So anyway, so gold by itself was extremely powerful element, and today we are going to be seeing so many different offerings that are made of gold. First slides, please. Next slide.
Now, let's see the offerings that we all can make today. The first is the e-hundi, the offering of e-hundi, and there's the very significance in Hinduism of e-hundi is hundi itself is very strong. But even as a young child, or when you go for the temple the first time, your parents will always teach you to put maybe a 50 paise, 100 paise, whatever you have. You are taught to put that after you take the arati. You put some in the hundi. You are taught to build gratitude, just as a lifestyle in Hinduism. There's a very beautiful verse in Lalita Sahasranama Stotram. It says, Bhakti Priya Bhakti Gamya Bhakti Vasya Bhayapaha Shambhavi Sharadaradhya Sharvani Sharmadayini. Devi is fond of true devotion and is realized through true devotion. She can be won over through true devotion, and she removes all fear. E-hundi, when you start offering the gratitude, the space of gratitude takes you so much that any negativity or fear in you is removed. Only the gratitude fills you and fulfills you. So e-hundi is any offering, any amount it can be made, and it's very easy for you all to do. And in case any of you want to offer the e-hundi and you're interested, the link to offer is also being projected.
tiny.cc/Devi-offer. Next slide. The next is Sankalpa chanting. Anytime you offer any ritual, what is a conscious resolution you take? So that is offered. So the Sankalpa is taken for your name also. That is Sankalpa chanting. It is just $1 and you can offer Sankalpa mantra chanting for yourself or for anyone, your son, your family, how many other people you want, you can offer Sankalpa chanting. Next slide, please. The next is the Sahasranama Swarna Kosa. Devi is extolled as Nama Parayana Prita, the one who likes celebration of her different dimensions. Actually, Nama can be translated as name, as well as that is the dimensions, the different dimensions that she radiates. So here, this is a very beautiful offering. As we had shared, the gold itself is a very powerful element, and now on this gold, your different names and forms of Devis inscribed, and that gold coin is offered to Devi Parashakti, therefore celebrating the different dimension of Devi Parashakti. Next slide, please. The next is Mukta Anguti.
There's a beautiful line from the Meenakshi Pancharatnam. मुक्ताहारलसत्किरीटरुचिरां पूर्णेन्दुवक्त्रप्रभां शिञ्जन्नूपुरकिङ्किणी मणिधरां पद्मप्रभाभासुरां सर्वाभीष्टफलप्रदां गिरिसुतां वाणीरमासेवितां मीनाक्षीं प्रणतोऽस्मि सन्ततमहं कारुण्यवारान्निधिम्. I bow to goddess Meenakshi, whose crown has garlands of pearls, and the face shining like a full moon, who wears anklets that are set with gems, and has small wells, who is shining like the splendor of the lotus, who grants all the wishes, the daughter of mountain, who is worshipped by Vani and Rama. I remain ever bowing to the goddess Meenakshi, the ocean of compassion. I remain ever bowing to the goddess Meenakshi, the ocean of compassion. The Mukta Anguti is where you offer the pearl finger ring to Devi Parashakti, and this will bestow you with the blessings of her compassion and pure love in any business endeavors that you have.
Next slide, please. You can go to the next slide. Yes, the Swarna Padma Pushpa, the golden lotus. How many of you have seen, like, how many gods that you know are seated on a lotus? Saraswati? Either they are seated on a lotus or they are holding a lotus. They are having lotus in some form or other. Devi Parashakti, Lakshmi, Saraswati, when Ganesha has, Kamakshi has, so many deities have. Brahma, Vishnu. Literally almost every deity are either seated inside a lotus or they are holding a lotus. So lotus by itself is a very, very, very auspicious flower. And this is gold. So it's double time powerful because as it is made of gold and it being a lotus. So yes, you can go to the next slide. So this offering, Swarna Padma Pushpam, you can make your offering, offer your gratitude, your devotion in the form of lotus, this lotus tree. The golden lotus, Swarna Padma Pushpam, and it is only 600 and 600. Next slide.
The next is Swarna Metti, the gold toe ring to Devi Parashakti. The 44th and 45th verse of Lalita Sahasranamam says, Nakadhiti sanjanna navajana tamoguna padadvaya prabhajala parakrita saroruha. You whose brightness from the toenails destroys the darkness of ignorance from the minds of your devotees who prostrate at your lotus feet. You whose brightness from your 2 feet overpowers that of the lotus flower, to remove the delusion of your devotees who prostrate at your lotus feet. The offering of the gold toe ring to Devi Parashakti will dispel any kind of delusion that you are stuck, especially any difficult situation that you are stuck that is created as a delusion around you. Just by offering this, Devi's toenails, just a shine from Devi's toenails will remove it. The next slide, ma. The next offering is the Swarna Mangtika. The Swarna Mangtika is actually the gold hairline jewelry. It is a very beautiful verse which says Sudha Surabhi Varshini. And it says, she who makes the nectar flow in all our nerves from Sahasrara. She who gives a very pleasant experience of the ultimate. Now, offering of the Swarna Mangtika actually awakens the gratitude in us, makes us overflow with gratitude, makes us experience the ultimate power and ultimate space of completion, the space of gratitude. The next slide. The next is a Pratyaksha Pada. Actually, to start this, I would like to quote a very beautiful verse from Sri Adi Shankaracharya from the Guru Ashtakam. Shariram surupam tatava kalatram yasascharu chitram danam merutulyam manaschena lagnam guru rangri padme tathakim 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 tathakim. And Adi Shankaracharya in this verse beautifully he says that you can have good, you can be beautiful, you can be handsome, you can have a good wife, you can have name and fame, you can have wealth like as big as Mount Meru. But when you do not have the devotion, the ability to worship the Guru, of what use is all this? What use? What use? There's another beautiful verse. It says beautifully, Ananta samsara samudra para naukari tabhyam guru bhakti kabhyam. In Hindu tradition, experiencing the gratitude towards the Guru is given such high importance, where even wealth, wisdom, knowledge, career, growth, everything else is just given the next priority, because ultimately experiencing the space of gratitude is the best, most powerful experience one can receive, especially the boon to sit in the presence, the feet of a living avatar and awaken that space of gratitude is the best thing that you can add to your life. Offer the Pratyaksha Pada Puja directly at the feet of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Jagat Guru Maha Sannidhanam, His Divine Holiness Bhagwan Shri Nithyananda Paramashivam. And this offering the Pratyaksha Pada Puja is one of the best way, where effortlessly, just where you say one yes, and the Guru, the avatar, takes care of everything else. If any of you want to offer, register yourself for Pratyaksha Pada Puja. The link is projected here, tiny.cc/Devi-offerings. Yes, the next slide, please. The next is the Vastra Seva. There's a very beautiful verse also for Vastra Seva. Nakadhiti sanjanna namajjana tamo guna padadvaya prabhajala parakrita saroruha. Offering of the Vastra Seva. It enables you to experience a love of the mother, the completion, the experience of feeling connection, because it's a very personal one. It's like you dress up your mother. So anybody wants to experience that dimension, you all can go ahead and make the offering at tiny.cc/Devi-offerings. Yes, the next slide, please. We'll now give you all a summary of all the offerings so far. The next slide, please. So we all can see the first one, the first offering is E-Hundi. The second is the Sankalpa chanting. The third is the Devi Sahasranama Swarana Kasil. The fourth one is the Mukta Anguti, the finger pearl ring. Then the next is the Swarana Padma Pushpam. The next is the Swarana Metti. The next is the Swarana Mangtika. The next is the Pratyaksha Pada Puja. And the next is the Vastra Seva. Go ahead, choose any of these offerings. The next slide, please. If you are interested, if you have an intention to make this offering, but you need some help, or you have some questions and you need some guidance, go ahead and fill tiny.cc/Bhava Samadhi. But if you are ready, you're clear, and you want to make a payment online, you are ready to offer the seva by online payment, then go ahead and offer it. Register yourself at tiny.cc/Devi-offerings. Immediately after the payment, ensure you fill tiny.cc/Sankalpa 2021. So after you register, your names get chanted. So let's actually take a few minutes. We will be right back after a short break. But let us take a few minutes to go ahead and register for the seva.
Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om 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 Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
Welcome back, dear viewers, and hope all of you took time to go ahead and open the links. Now, to make it easier and comfortable for all of you, we are going to take you all through a walkthrough of how you can make these offerings, how you can register yourself for these offerings. So first, let's visit tiny.cc/Devi-offerings, and we will now take you through a detailed step-by-step walkthrough of how you can register for sevas. Yes. So here we can see the moment you open, you will see the Nithyanandeshwara Hindu temple, the site opening up. Here you can go ahead and on the right side, if you see, you have sevas, and you will get a drop down. You can click on choose an option on the sevas, and yes, here you get a drop down of all the offerings we saw. Let's say we choose Pratyaksha Pada Puja. Yes, this is just an example. All of you who are registering can do along, so it's easier for all of you. Now, the moment you see, you get the rate of it, so $1,008, and there's a button called add to cart. But before that, there's quantity. So let's say you want to offer for 2 people, 3 people. So let's say I'm going to offer for 2 people. So on behalf, like I'm registering for myself and another person. So then you can click those, the number of how much you want to register for, and then you can go ahead and click add to cart.
So you can click the add to cart now. And you'll see it opening up like this.
And this will show you, take you through into your cart, and it will show you the list of all the offerings, the purchases that you have made.
Here you can see the bill. So I have you can see it shows the price, quantity, and total. So the price for the Pratyaksha Pada Puja is $1,008. The donation, the quantity is 2, and the total is 2016. So now I am going to once you check and it's all proper, all the offerings that you wanted are added. Now you can go ahead and click proceed to checkout. Yes. Once you check and once you are complete and comfortable with what is there, you can go ahead and proceed to checkout. And it will show you in the proceed to checkout, it will take you to the billing address. Now it will take you to the billing address and you have to just fill your first name, last name, and you have to give all the information. And once you fill it, please make sure you fill every required field as well. And once you finish filling it, you can go ahead and click enter. Please scroll down. Yes. Here if you see, you can see the subtotal, total, and then you can, if you have to pay by a credit card, it is that. Then you have to click, you can click and agree to the terms and conditions. Then towards the end, you will see, yes, a little bit more. Yes. Here you can go ahead and place the order. So this is the way you can register yourself. You can offer any sevas that you want. Anybody that has an intention. It just takes 2 minutes, but you can make a huge, add a huge experience to your life. So go ahead and you can place the order. Yes. So this is the way you can fill. Yes, you have to fill the required fields. Otherwise, the order will not be able to be placed. So please make sure you fill it and go ahead and have a comfortable registration for your offering. Now, each of us saw about how you can make the offering. What are the offerings? And today, so far, we have seen about who is Devi Parashakti, what is Akashic readings, what are the ways in which you can connect Devi Parashakti. And we all also had a very powerful segment where we saw about how each and every revelation of Devi Parashakti has manifested reality. Today, we all saw about the black fungus, the deaths in India, the COVID impact in India, and we saw so much of what Swamiji had revealed, Devi had revealed, how it became as a reality.
And now the session that we are going to be entering into is the solution, the only solution for coming out of this suffering for the entire humanity, especially for India. So now let's get into the session. So joining us, we have Manitya Achalananda Swami and Manitya Pranapriyananda, who are going to be taking the Adi Kailasa admins, who are going to be taking us through what are the efforts that are happening directly by Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, and we are going to be seeing what is that only solution for the humanity to save themselves out of this COVID pandemic. So stay tuned and we'll be back after a short break.
Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om 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 Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om
Yes, in this segment, we welcome all the viewers to learn about the multi-layer quarantine COVID care protection centers at the de facto spiritual embassies of Kailasa. Let us look at the stats today, where the world is at. The younger adults are more likely to report the symptoms of anxiety or the depressive disorder during the COVID-19 pandemic. About 56% from the age group 18 to 24 suffer or report symptoms of anxiety and the depressive disorder. 48.9% of from the age group 25 to 49 report the symptoms of mental disorders, and 39.1% from the age group of 50 to 64 are likely to report the symptoms of anxiety or the depressive disorders, and only 30% from the age group 65 or more report the symptoms of anxiety or the depressive disorder. So clearly you can see it is the youngsters, young adults who are likely, who's suffering from the depressive disorders and the anxiety. Also, it is a very interesting fact to note that before the onset of COVID-19, the NHIS has reported 11% of adults report the symptoms of anxiety disorder. Now it has simply increased around threefold times in January 2021, where 41.1% report the symptoms of anxiety disorder or the depressive disorder, which means that it's more than the disease itself, more than the pandemic itself. People are unable to cope up with the impact of pandemic, the impact of quarantine, the impact of how they are able to hold themselves when their loved ones are going through this disease, the economic impact on the world. There are several symptoms that acts as a factor for people reporting the symptoms of anxiety disorder, and the results are shocking. Basically, the threefold increase in the number of people, adults, who report the symptoms of anxiety disorder. Now, what do the employees feel? Let us now move to the workplace culture. What do the employees feel more than half the time at work? They feel tired, stressed, burnt out, discouraged, distracted, and depressed. 34% of them feel tired and stressed more than half the time at the work. COVID-19 is a significant stressor for most Americans. Nearly 8 in 10 Americans say that coronavirus pandemic is a significant source of stress in their life. Nearly 67% of them say that they have experienced increased stress over the course of the pandemic. One in 4 essential workers, which means 25% of them, are diagnosed with mental health disorder since the start of the pandemic. More than 60,000 US healthcare workers have contracted COVID-19, and an estimated 300 to 400 physicians die by suicide every year. Of the health workers who treated patients during China's COVID-19 outbreak, 50% of them show the signs of depression, 45% of them shows signs of anxiety. And if you take the target group, which is pregnant women, the health issues that the pregnant woman faces, before pandemic, the 15% of pregnant women experience depression, and about 30% of them experience anxiety. Now, during pandemic, again, you can see 2 to 3 folds increase. 40.7% of them feel depressed, and 72% of them are anxious. More people in Bangladesh die from suicide in the last year than those who were killed by coronavirus. The Bangladesh country has reported 70% more deaths from suicide than COVID-19. India accounts for 17.8% of all the reported suicide cases. According to the National Crime Bureau, India has reported 381 suicide daily for the year 2019. The US cases of depression have tripled during the COVID-19 pandemic. A large study finds a dramatic increase in the number of adults in US reporting the symptoms of depression during the COVID-19 pandemic. Before the pandemic, 8.5% of US adults reported being depressed. That the number of people who are depressed has risen to 27.8% as the country struggles with COVID-19. Now let us look at the people, young workers who are hit hardest. Young respondents were more likely to say that pandemic has a negative impact in their mental health. 78% of the global workforce says that the pandemic has a negative impact on the mental health. 85% say that the mental health issues are causing sleep deprivation, poor physical health, reduced happiness at home, strained family relationships, or isolation from friends. Of people, 68% of them would prefer to talk to a robot over their manager about stress and anxiety at work. 76% of the workers believe that their company should be doing more to protect the mental health of the workers. Now you have an opportunity to join the COVID care protection centers. Register through the link below because you can clearly see COVID has impacted all the age groups, whether it is the target population is young people, people at the workforce, pregnant women, and the number of suicide cases are increasing more than the people who are killed by COVID. So it is not just the pandemic by itself, but the impact of pandemic has on the human beings is enormous. That is why we observe this rise and increase in the mental disorders. And the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Jagadguru Mahasanidanam, His Divine Holiness Swamiji has opened the doors of Kailasa to one and all to experience the spiritual conscious breakthrough during this pandemic. So we offer free food, free accommodation, free internet services. You can work from home. You have the best medical facilities available during this pandemic. And above all, you can evolve yourself spiritually through this opportunity. So we invite all the viewers to join the COVID Care Protection Center. You can register through the link below, kailasa.org/Kailasa Care. KAILASA.org/KAILASACARE. So we request the viewers to log in and register yourself in this link below. Let's take a few minutes. Before we go to the next segment, we'll have a short break.
Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda 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 Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda.
Just be alive for next 3 years. Don't die within next 3 years. Just don't die within next 3 years. Be alive. Somehow be alive. I'm working sincerely. I will reach you somehow. Somehow I will reach you. It's my commitment to humanity. Just don't die within next 3 years. I will reach you wherever you are, whichever corner of the world you may be. I will reach you with enlightenment. You manifesting the space, state, powers, being, Paramashivoham. It is possible, and it is possible for you. Paramashiva will reach you with enlightenment science. I know he is going to do the job. Just be alive for next 3 years. Nothing else. Just be alive for next 3 years. Don't die within next 3 years.
Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda 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 Paramashivoham. Om
Welcome back. And now we'll go into the next very important pillar of Kailasa's ecosystem, which is Kailasa's libraries. As one can see here, Hinduism, Sanatana Hindu Dharma, is a knowledge-based tradition. What was once passed on orally from time immemorial has in the last few thousand years begun being transmitted through written word in the form of palm leaf scriptures, books, and libraries. Libraries form a very important portion of Kailasa's ecosystem. Literally, as the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Nithyananda Paramashivam, revealed on the 10th November 2019 satsang, only if you read the original Upanishads, Brahma Sutras, Bhagavad Gita, you will understand the reality, the truth, what I stand for. Jnanalaya, Grantha Samadhi, Hindu traditional library, has principles like books are the living representative of Saraswati and Dakshinamurti, meaning they express the authenticity of the truth. As Bhagavan has said, Vedas are literally the notes left by avatars and living enlightened masters when they leave the body, when after they have expounded on the truths, revealed the truths according to the contemporary society, when they leave, they keep literally their notes alive in the form of the shrutis, the truths which are timeless, which are only heard, which were never spoken to. So libraries are the home to these truths as revealed in the shrutis, as well as repeated by avatars, nijavatars, enlightened masters, as they happen time over time to speak in the language that human beings at that time understand. Centuries of history of discrimination, exploitation, dispossession, and colonization have led to the loss of traditional knowledge. Traditional knowledge is under threat and is being misused and misappropriated. Indigenous people's traditional knowledge has been developed over generations through daily life practices and a close understanding of local environments. It can offer valuable responses to climate change, food insecurity, reducing inequalities, and other challenges that we are trying to resolve. This is today's statement, the modern era statement as expressed in the 18th session of the United Nations Permanent Forum on Indigenous Issues. So from way back then, eons ago, millennia ago to today, the importance of retaining the knowledge of ancient sciences, of indigenous traditions has been emphasized again and again, reiterated, recognizing that the knowledge needs to be preserved. And how else to preserve that knowledge other than libraries, which are literally, as in Sanskrit we say, Grantha Samadhis. They are living treasure houses of knowledge retained in various forms. At that time, be it in palm leaf scriptures to today's era of digital prints. From the original 100 million source books of Hinduism, barely 20% remain today. This is hard reality. Through enlightened civilization, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has committed his mission of the age-old, authentic, time-tested Hindu knowledge. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Nithyananda Paramashivam, serves to not only protect the branches of knowledge of genocide and persecution. That is exactly what the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is working on tirelessly today. Just to give an example of the contributions of Hinduism from eons ago, from millennia, zero, the concept of zero itself, Shunya, the Rig Vedas, one of the fundamental scriptures of Hinduism, expresses a concept known as Hiranyagarbha, or the universal womb. From the concept of Hiranyagarbha comes the understanding of the space out of which everything comes forth, zero. As Bhagavan revealed, Shunya is not nothing as is understood. Zero is not a nothing as is understood very superficially in today's math. It is a very fundamental understanding, be it in math or in terms of understanding in the multidimensional logic. From India to Persia, then on to Arabia, through the Hindu scholar Kanaka, this knowledge is today the cornerstone of everything considered as binary logic. Kanaka being the being from Hinduism who took the understanding of zero in binary logic as it has been mapped from the multidimensional logic of Hinduism, where Hiranyagarbha or Shunya is understood. In Ayurveda, the traditional form of medicinal diagnostics and treatments is Ayurveda, as we know. With its roots in Hindu scriptures and reference in chapters of the Rig Veda, it stands as the oldest living medicinal system still being used and practiced today. This includes the use of copper in medical instruments for its antibacterial properties and the use of Ayurvedic methodology in treatments for rheumatoid arthritis and osteoarthritis. Surya Siddhanta, an ancient Hindu literature detailing the science of astronomy, including the speed of light, distance from the sun, diameter of the earth, and planetary orbitals long before the recent understanding of even modern optics or even modern astronomy was revealed just with the power of our books in those days, and knowledge in the form of the palm leaf scriptures and the power of the third eye. Our seers, our rishis were able to map the whole astronomy and document it in such precise detail that one can literally recreate the whole aspect of astronomy in cosmology with just these revelations. Yoga, the age-old science and practice of yoga, has direct reference and origin in the Hindu Agamas, Patanjali Yoga Sutras, Yoga Pratibika, Rudramalayam of Uttaratantram, Heranda Samhita, and countless other Hindu scriptures. Kashmiri Shaivism, today a practically extinct religion, ideology, philosophy, the Hindu science of consciousness and awareness, extending its application through the form of mental, emotional, physiological, neurological, and physical freedom. This great tradition literally is is a direct lineage of Paramashiva himself. The direct bloodstream of Kashmiri Shaivism has been today made extinct in the planet Earth. All the contributions, the various knowledge streams have now become only derelated to the books, which themselves are hard to be seen. They have been preserved in Kailasa's Hindu library with a lot of care and caution and respect and sanctity to preserve this ancient, very powerful system of living called Kashmiri Shaivism. And as we all know, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Nithyananda Paramashivam, as has declared, will revive this powerful stream of Kashmiri Shaivism in all its tradition and glory, and all that shall also be documented in Kailasa's libraries. The lost knowledge of Kashmir, Hindus have lived in Kashmir for more than 10,000 years. The name Kashmir itself derives its origins from the name of Rishi Kashyapa, one of the Sapta Rishis, the 7 great Rishis, as described in the Vedas, specifically the Samaveda verse 2.218 to 221. Over the course of repeated, systematic, persistent genocide, persecution, invasion, which continues brazenly even to this day, Hindus were mercilessly killed and their knowledge burnt to ashes. Today, Hindus in the valley of Kashmir are less than 2% of the total population. Lost knowledge of Kashmir. In the recent forced Hindu exodus in Kashmir, the Hindus' population in Kashmir before the exodus of just 1991 sees, even if we do not look back at the centuries before, is 160,000. And 2016, 30 years only after the violent exodus, is 2,000 to 3,000, just practically being exterminated in front of one's eyes. With this, an unprecedented volume of Kashmiri Shaivism scriptures, literatures, scholars, and saints have not only been lost forever, but continue to wither away to this date. Nalanda University, these pictures that one sees and the recreation of this university as it would have existed before the ghastly invasions, be it from the Mughals or from the other literally uncivilized tribes that invaded India, Bharat. Nalanda University served as a global hub of knowledge for nearly 800 years. The temples, laboratories, monasteries, and the 9-story library of Nalanda University, also known as a Dharma Gunj or Mountain of Truth, attracted scholars from across the globe. We have enough testimonies, as we would have read even in our history books, about how Nalanda University was home literally to the whole world. Scholars from across the world coming to study all streams of knowledge. And this university, as is seen today, literally only the ruins are seen. As one has heard in many fora, literally the Nalanda University was burnt down to ashes, razed to ashes, and to burn it itself took 6 months. So imagine the treasure trove that existed in this university when it was flourishing. But because of uncivilized tribes that invaded the sacred soil of Bharat, today it is left in ruins, burned continuously for 6.5 months in 1193. And Needless to say, not only were this great knowledge repositories destroyed, the very people who were there to protect it, cherish it, use it, thousands of the students were just murdered, thousands more beheaded, millions of manuscripts and thousands of sincere scholars just obliterated from the face of this planet. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Jagadguru Mahasannidhanam, His Divine Holiness Bhagwan Nithyananda Paramashivam, has taken up this massive mission, this really onerous task of reviving the world's lost wisdom, ancient sciences, and indigenous knowledge traditions for the benefit of humanity through Kailasa's Nithyananda Hindu Library. One can see here the gleaming face of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism just enjoying the preservation of this knowledge in the form of palm leaf scriptures, all the way to printed books, to digital media, preserving in every which form and presenting to the world, contributing to humanity this priceless knowledge. From 2003 onwards, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has been a source of continuous contribution to the preservation, protection, and transmission of knowledge in all its forms through Kailasa's Nithyananda Jnanalaya or library, in the form of collection of 1 lakh plus physical literatures on Hinduism, 4 lakh plus digital literature, more than 240 million pages of indigenous Hindu knowledge, collaboration with 5 traditional libraries, including the most ancient Hindu monasteries, and preserved the personal collections. Over 3 terabytes of yoga scriptures have been collected. World's largest collection of Shaiva Agamas is to the fame of Nithyananda Hindu Library, and the world's largest collection of Kashmiri Shaivism literature as well. The collection of 31,000 plus traditionally preserved palm leaf manuscripts and a unique of its kind in-house palm leaf printing for translating the digital literature to traditional palm leaf scriptures has been undertaken by Kailasa under the guidance of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. Thousands of recovered ancient scriptures translated in user-friendly way for the modern man through more than 500 publications, both printed and digitized, translated into 27 different languages. This is the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism's expounding in contemporary language, understandable to the modern human. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism himself giving satsang day after day, year over year, decades over decades. All this also has been preserved in Nithyananda Hindu Library. Digitization of the 6 lakh plus pages of indigenous Hindu literature, setting in-house server and storage to host over 120 terabytes of digitized literature. The mission and vision of Kailasa's Nithyananda Jnanalaya or library is of the highest order, housing 50 million books, 3 million manuscripts on Hinduism, 2 million source books on Hinduism, and the world's largest Grantha Samadhi or living deity in the form of scriptures. The state-of-the-art library spread all over state-of-the-art library spread over 10 million square feet using software-based automated library management. establishing the world's largest digital library of Hinduism books and manuscripts. So one can see how the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Nithyananda Paramashivam, literally using all the state-of-the-art technology to preserve the most ancient, most indigenous, raw, authentic knowledge of Hinduism. As Bhagavan says, use everything that is available today in the modern world in terms of technology and bring back, revive, preserve the ancient knowledge in its pristine glory, unadulterated by modern day understandings. And now let us take a look at how the persecution done on Hinduism in all its ghastly faces, also one of the faces being the persecution done on Hinduism in the form of destruction of its libraries. Muhammad bin Bakhtiar Khilji, how he destroyed the Nalanda University, as we saw way back in 1139. Next, the very source of the preservation of this knowledge, the Gurukul education system. One can see here the startling statistics. Just if we take South India, the so-called Madras Presidency, the number of colleges in the various districts in 1830, one can see a very systematic destruction, because the census that has been taken, the statistics that the British and the colonial rulers had was very, very precise, because it was a very targeted persecution. One can see here just a straight line decline of the number of schools per 10,000 population compared to the numbers that existed way back in the 1800s in England itself, in the so-called civilized community, or what is touted today as a civilized community, actually existed as a very uncivilized population way back then. Because the number of schools too, in fact, the number of years of education, average age of education itself was not even past the primary school way back then in England itself. But in contrast, in India, in what is touted as a so-called uncivilized nation, the number of schools per 10,000 population, as one can see way back in the 1850s, before the British, before the colonial rulers invaded. And in just about 30 years, how they decimated the number, literally, according to the British statistics itself, there was one school for every 1783 inhabitants, just less than 2,000 inhabitants of even the most backward division of Punjab at the time of annexation. Just 30 years later, in 1881, the number has been decimated down to practically almost zero compared to what it existed at the start. So very, very systematic persecution, as is voiced very shamelessly by the colonial rulers, and which is preserved today in the annals of British history itself. My dear father, this is Mr. Macaulay, glorified unglorifyingly as Lord. My dear father, our English schools are flourishing wonderfully. The effect of this education on the Hindus is prodigious. No Hindu who has received an English education ever continues to be sincerely attached to his religion. If our plans of education are followed up, there will not be a single idolater among the respectable classes in Bengal 30 years hence. Exactly as this, literally as this persecutor predicted. In 30 years, we saw the statistics in Punjab itself. Practically, the Gurukul system decimated. This is exactly as per this evil plans. And he goes on to say, this will be effected without any efforts to proselytize, without the smallest interference with religious liberty, merely by the natural operation of knowledge and recollection. I heartily rejoice in this prospect. Some of the most sinister plans, very cunning, and executed his plan right up to the T. And today, we are still reeling under the effects of this demonic plans and persecution that is ongoing on Hinduism, because the very root of the pride on the culture that Hindus held has itself been destroyed. Why? Or how was it even possible? Even if the colonial invaders invaded India, could it not have been that the knowledge base could have been revived? Reason why it could not, and why we are still reeling under the effects of it, is the very gross attack, very calculated, planned attack on the Hindu source scriptures, on the libraries. Almost 100% of Hindu universities were destroyed. 8 major libraries, including Nalanda, Takshashila, Vikramashila, with millions of books, were destroyed. One has to note, this is not something that was done ad hoc. It's a very planned destruction of the Hindu knowledge base. Because once the Grantha Samadhi is destroyed, there is nothing to carry forward that knowledge, generation to generation. There are more than 2 million temples in India, but not with library. One should note that in ancient India, temples, a part of the temples used to be the library. A whole pragaram was dedicated to library. But today, if we see 2 million temples, none with a library, we've even forgotten. We don't even know that libraries used to coexist inside the very precincts of the temple. Thousands of mutts, libraries destroyed or poorly maintained. Major collection of manuscripts in the hand of Oriental Institute or institutes which are funded by foreign countries. Millions of scriptures were just simply stolen by invaders. Even today we know there are enough records to show that the Sanskrit scriptures are trying to get decoded in various countries across the world, which are recognizing that the knowledge embedded in these scriptures is just too fundamental, too pristine, whether it comes to science or even agriculture. For every field, Hindus had the knowledge right from the base, which was, as we know, with the power of the third eye. So it is not evolution based, it is just revelation based. So there was no science that was evolving, that was literally the truths that were downloaded. There was nothing left to perfect. It was perfect as is. And therefore, scholars, researchers, scientists, including people with vested interests, have been trying to decode the scriptures, whatever left of them, in the original language, the divine language of Sanskrit. 7 genocides of Kashmiri Pandits, 3 to 6 lakhs just brutally kicked out or exterminated. Genocide of the Shivacharyas in Tamil Nadu under the atheistic government. Destruction of Hindu universities and libraries. And the world's largest Tamil Hindu library in Jaffna was just burnt. This is not very long back. This is just in modern history, just a few decades before. And one can see here the painful view of the relics of this treasure houses of knowledge. 13,000 universities across Bharat, literally a lakh gurukuls, destroyed in just the 2 states of Bengal and Bihar alone. And here one can see the remnants of the same. Nalanda, the 9 million books just burnt by the Islamic invader, Bakhtiyar Khilji. Nalanda University, Takshashila University, Vikramashila University, Telhar University. These are just a few like this. The knowledge base across India just destroyed. And today, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Nithyananda Paramashivam, and Kailasa faced with this onerous task of just rebuilding this from scratch. Even today, these precious palm leaf scriptures, as we can see here, These pictures are not of some garbage dump, but of precious palm leaf scriptures across various libraries across India. Literally nobody there to even preserve this treasure of a knowledge which is priceless. And that is just one of the very many contributions of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Nithyananda Paramashivam, in preserving this Hindu knowledge, the knowledge which is attributed to the Vedic tradition. And today, as the world faces some very fundamental survival issues in the form of the corona pandemic, as Devi Parashakti revealed in the Akashic readings and as Bhagwan himself has revealed, the fundamental need today is to keep oneself alive. For us to be able to preserve these scriptures or use these scriptures, what one needs to do is fundamentally, till the end of this year, 2021, the basic thing is keep oneself alive, because the ongoing corona pandemic, the onset of the third wave expected in just another couple of months, and it's going to be as deadly as one could have never imagined. It is said that it's going to affect the infants, this particular wave, but a lot more is in the offing. The Kirimi Bhojanam, the hell as described in the scriptures, has already landed in India. And even though we may not want to hear it, that is what we are facing and going to face in the next 2 months. So, first priority, protect oneself, keep oneself alive. How do you do that? Take advantage of, avail of the multi-layer quarantine facility, which is only being provided today by Kailasa's de facto spiritual embassies across India. Over a dozen. Join the COVID Care Protection Center first by registering now through the link below, https://kailasa.org/Kailasa Care. Let's take a few minutes now to register ourselves immediately to avail of this COVID Care Protection Center facility so that one can ensure one remains alive first till the end of this year, and then we can think of other things, because unless life is there, there's no other thing that can be, that is even worthwhile talking. So as Devi Parashakti revealed, do take the time now to register yourself at this link. Let's take a few minutes for doing the same.
Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om 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 Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
Just be alive for next 3 years. Don't die within next 3 years. Just don't die within next 3 years. Be alive. Somehow be alive. I'm working sincerely. I will reach you somehow. Somehow I will reach you. It's my commitment to humanity. Just don't die within next 3 years. I I will reach you wherever you are, whichever corner of the world you may be. I will reach you with enlightenment. You manifesting the space, state, powers, being Paramashivam. It is possible, and it is possible for you. Paramashiva will reach you with enlightenment signs. I know he is going to do the job. Just be alive for next 3 years. Nothing else.
Of all human beings, Kailasa is responsible to provide that to all human beings. Kailasa is the totality of the knowledge I received from my gurus and practice manifested in my life, perfected by teaching millions of people from all cultures, time zones, backgrounds, genders, nationality, race, from every creed. So this absolutely perfected knowledge available to you, served to you in your home without even you moving out of your couch, free of cost. What I mean by the word Kailasa, listen intensely. Enlightenment ecosystem, literally enlightenment itself, in your own home, wherever you are. If you cannot come to Kailasa, it's okay. Kailasa can come to you. Kailasa coming to you is Kailasa. I will revive Hinduism. I am a Hindu revivalist, not by any revolution, but by evolution. And setting model community. Kailasas, enlightenment ecosystems, Sarvanya Pitas all over the world. All powerful cognition, knowledge, only when you live power manifestation and possibilities manifestation happens. This is a fundamental truth. Hinduism cannot live exclusively as one sampradaya. No. All sampradayas of Hinduism is an ecosystem. So don't keep quiet thinking that if one sampradaya is attacked, only that sampradaya is going to be affected. All of us are ecosystem. I invite all of you to get involved and enjoy Hinduism by the principle of Dharmo Rakshati Rakshitaha. When you protect Dharma, Dharma protects you. We will make the whole planet flourish spiritually. The spiritual prosperity will happen to the whole planet Earth. We all have to coexist together. We get you health. We get you ability to build beautiful relationships in your life. We get you direct spiritual support, and we make sure you become wealthy.
Now, let us see the revelations from Devi Parashakti on 12th of May, where she revealed that I came as Nijavatara. I am blessing you. Listen. People, listen. To do the good to all of you, I have taken the form of Nithyananda and came down as Nijavatara. The people of India, listen carefully. Time after time, Bharadam is the Jnana Bhumi, where enlightened beings come. We cannot make the Jnana Bhumi as infertile. Enlightened beings have to come. They have to live, it has to flower. Few hypocrites, because they are stuck in delusion, we cannot sacrifice the world. Cosmos cannot be destroyed. The ship I did to save the cosmos from being destroyed, that is called Adi Kailasa. The ship I did to protect the beings from Pralaya is Adi Kailasa. Because of the conspiracy of the Drohis and enemies' rule, the captain of the ship has to leave. Before 12 years, knowing the great deluge that is going to happen, all the Aushadas, by this Guru Purnima, that Jnana Rasavadam, Navapashana is going to flower. Allow people to come and take dip in Navapashana flower. People whoever comes and dips in Vaidya Sarovar, they will not have death. They will not have corona. Crores and crores of people will come in line. Every day they will come and dip in the Ananda Lingam. Listen well to my words. For India, I have made the ship as protection. The Nithyananda Navapashana Lingam in Vaidya Sarovar. Go to Adi Kailasa. Oh Indians, listen. All those regretting losing the Nithyananda Nijavatara without confusion and without talking, just as a lip service, go to Adi Kailasa. Crores of people will come there looking for help, Navapashana, water feast, and medicine to get the health and protection and enlightenment. To protect India from the great destruction, I, Parashakti, made this huge ship. Even if the captain of the ship is not there, ship is there. When the first world countries close their
Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om 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 Nithyananda.
Sorry for the technical glitch. When first world countries closed their borders during a massive global emergency, Kailasa has opened its doors to all without exception. The free COVID care centers that have been opened across India are over a dozen, to name a few. Adi Kailasa in Bidadi, Bangalore, Salem Adinam in Tamil Nadu, Tiruvannamalai Adinam in Tamil Nadu, Rajapalyam Adinam in Tamil Nadu, Puduvai Adinam in Puducherry, Pattanam Adinam in Tamil Nadu, Siragapadi Adinam in Tamil Nadu, Sripuram Adinam in Hyderabad, Madurai Adinam in Tamil Nadu, Avattipalayam Adinam in Tamil Nadu, Hosur Adinam in Tamil Nadu, Baroda Adinam in Gujarat. Kailasa rushes to aid India as India finds itself on the verge of the COVID-19 third wave. Multiple free COVID care centers have been opened across India. Various humanitarian services have been offered during the pandemic in Kailasa's de facto spiritual embassies across India. At the same time, spiritual services being offered during the pandemic in Kailasa's de facto spiritual embassies across India. And to support all this at the very core, the cosmic revelations on the global pandemic by Devi Parashakti in the Akashic readings.
Free social services that are being offered during pandemic in de facto spiritual embassies across India includes free medical care, whether it is allopathy, Ayurveda, and Siddha medicine, infrastructure to accommodate thousands of people, and the accommodation that is being provided is the multi-layered quarantine facility, so people feel extremely secure when they are in Adi Kailasa. The emergency ambulances to handle the emergencies, personal protective medical equipment, food security management through food banks, and organic farming. So you have this opportunity to join us in these COVID care protection centers. You can join through kailasa.org/Kailasa Care, KAILASA.org/KAILASACARE. So why do you need to be part of this COVID care protection centers? What we saw in today's segment is more than the COVID itself, more than the deaths that are occurred due to COVID itself, the impact of COVID on the humanity is enormous. Whether it is young workforce, whether it is pregnant women, whether it is young adults, they are suffering with mental disorders, depression, and trauma. Needless to say, you are in the receiving end and you are experiencing them in an enormous level. Here is an opportunity where you can protect yourself from this mental breakdown and take this opportunity to be part of this COVID care protection centers and spiritually experience the superconscious breakthrough with the divine blessings and the grace of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Jagadguru Mahasannidhanam, His Divine Holiness Swamiji. When the borders of first world countries are closed, it is Kailasa, it is the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, with his efforts and grace, compassion, he has opened the doors of his home. He has opened the de facto spiritual embassies of Kailasa to one and all unconditionally. So let us take this opportunity and be part of this COVID care protection centers. You can register yourself through the link below, kailasa.org/Kailasa Care. So let's take a few minutes to register yourself from the link. And the next segment is going to be about the displacement of the female monks of Kailasa, Kailasians, who are displaced because of the ongoing persecution on Hindus. So next we are going to have that segment. So before you move to the segment, let's take a quick break. Let's register ourselves in this portal, kailasa.org/Kailasa Care. Let's take a few minutes to register ourselves before we get ready for the next segment.
Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om 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 Nithyananda
Nithyananda.
Paramashivoham.
Nithyanandam, and welcome back to all of the viewers. After that segment by the Adi Kailasa Sarvagya Peetham administrators, who had shared with us about the developments of the Kailasa COVID Care Center and around India by Ma Nithya Pravana Priyananda and Ma Nithya Achanananda Swami. Now we'll be entering into the next segment of today's program before the live Nithyananda Satsang in the divine presence of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism himself. I hope that every single one of you has known, heard, or seen by now the UN report, where the Human Rights Commission of the UN has officially recognized the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, has recognized the persecution that has been ongoing against him and the women and children of Kailasa. All over the world for the last 1-2 weeks since this news emerged, since we have had this victory, at least as far as getting recognition by the UN, at least having one of our voices being able to voice out the persecution that has happened against the Supreme Pontiffism. So many of us have been absolutely grateful, have been overjoyous in celebrating that finally we have gotten some kind of legitimate recognition for the amount of abuse and persecution that the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has undergone. I myself can share that personally, having seen how much the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has undergone sacrifice just for me and for all of the women and children of Kailasa, it is so amazing to finally see how we have been recognized. At least in one place, our voice has been heard. The Human Rights Commission has recognized the persecution of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism and Kailasa, and I hope that each and every one of you take a few minutes right now and ensure that you are seeing the link provided in the scroll below for where the Human Rights Commission has featured Kailasa as a part of the recognized communities for the persecution that they've undergone. And you take a few minutes and share this with all of your family and friends. Make sure that you are sharing. And if you are a practicing Hindu, you're a sympathizing Hindu, or you're just curious to know more about Hinduism, I request that you take a few minutes and ensure that you share this with as many people as possible. Each and every one of us, Hindus, have a responsibility to ensure that the world knows what we have undergone, the Holocaust that we have survived, and what the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has undergone in order to ensure and save and protect Hinduism all over the world and Hindus all over the world. Now, we'll be entering into the segment on the persecution against the women and children of Kailasa. And if you've been tuning in for the last few days, we have been taking a few minutes, taking some time on this platform and speaking with each and every one of you on how the persecution has played out, how criminal masterminds, how the anti-Hindu forces have really strategized and terrorized our community, our global community, and in countries all over the world, including the United States, in Malaysia, in India, of course. We have seen how the persecution has been ongoing against the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism and the indigenous women of Kailasa. Today, we'd like to present to all of you one of the tactics that the anti-Hindu militant forces used against the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism and used against the women and children of Kailasa. We have seen how in so many different instances, how the violence against women, the brutal rape and assault of women has been used as a tactic. How the objectification, the sexualization of women, sannyasis of the Nithyananda order have been used as a tactic in order to spread more and more hatred and perpetuate, prolong the attacks, the brutal rapes, gang rapes, and child sexual abuse that has happened against the women and children of Kailasa. We've also heard the stories of many of the women and children who have been witness and who have survived these brutal attacks. And I myself have shared my own story about how, when I was 12 years old, I was raped and manipulated by one of the leaders of the anti-Hindu militant forces. And it took me so long, at least 5 to 6 years, just to be able to confront my trauma and begin healing recovery. Today, I can say that I have been able to see so much of transformation in myself and see myself be able to even stand up for the role and responsibility of a Rudrakanya, which is a sampradaya, an ancient lineage that the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is reviving. But today, I would not be able to tell you this. I would not be able to share my story in any way or form if it had not been for the sheer compassion and the teachings of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, the sacred sentiments which he revived and he spoke on, and the processes, the sacred spiritual processes for healing and recovery that he has gifted the whole humanity from Sanatana Hindu Dharma. And as a survivor of child sexual abuse, child rape, and at least 3 accounts of child sexual molestation, as a survivor of these absolutely traumatic and devastating, violent situations, I was myself shocked, heartbroken to see that the other children, other women across Kailasas, across the world, had been victims just like me, had literally been unable to, some of them unable to face, some of them unable to recover, start their recovery process. Some of them, just like me, protected by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, and today are coming to share about what has happened to them as well. I have seen how literally the state-sponsored elements have infiltrated and also raided the Adi Kailasa Sarvajna Peetham as well as of course other Adinams, and had started the abuse against the children of Kailasa. The very future of Kailasa and the future of Hindus themselves. This attack, of course, is a tactic used by the anti-Hindu militant forces in order to just deprive us, disempower Hindus from the promising future that the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism was working so hard for and to give each and every one of us. And we have seen this been used as a tactic in many circumstances. For example, in the Jewish Holocaust, 1940 to 1945, in this specific time, of course, it was starting much before that, and then it took many years for the Jewish to find some kind of reprieve for the acts of violence and the genocide against them. However, in that time, we saw how the Jewish schools were even the Hebrew schools and the Jewish schools were shut down, were outlawed by the Nazi governments, and even in children's books, even in the different flyers for children, the Nazi forces had literally made such propaganda to teach children anti-Jewish, anti-Semitic ideas and put the root of anti-Semitic sentiments inside of them. As you can see here, we have some of the visuals of the violence against the Jews that were enforced by the Nazis. And in this circumstance, we saw how the Jewish heritage schools, as well as the Jewish children, were vulnerable, especially to Nazi forces. And just by using them as a way to using them and manipulating them through propaganda, they have not been able to, literally the entire culture was disempowered. And not only this, we have seen the same case in the Vietnam War and in Native American schools as well. And Native American schools were made made so that they do not learn their heritage. They were made so that as you can see here, it says that the U.S. government and many of the supremacist forces inside of the government forced tens of thousands of children to attend assimilation schools, where they would literally kill the Indian in him and save the man, literally making them disidentify from their natural cultural and heritage. And this is exactly what the anti-Hindu militant forces have been trying to do since 2010 with the women and children of Kailasa, with especially the children who had started from a young age were balasans of Kailasa. Today, we have Ma Nitya Prajnananda, as well as Ma Nitya Tatsapriyananda and Ma Nityanandita, in order to share some of the traumatizing experiences, what they went through as mere children at the hands of state-sponsored elements in order to subjugate their heritage, subjugate the Hindu sentiments that they were living, and start to entirely destroy the revival work for Nithyananda Gurukul and the revival of Kailasa. We'll now be hearing their heartfelt sharings and stories and a first-hand witness. I welcome each and every one of you to sit and ensure that you are listening to what they have to share today, and make sure, again, reminding each and every one of you that at least now we have some hope with the UN recognizing the persecution against the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. Let us take responsibility now as Hindus to share this continuously, share this all over the internet. And as you are listening to our stories, please share and please continue to share as we are going more and more towards the live satsang today. So we'll now be inviting the Gurukul Balasans to share their stories. Please stay tuned with us. We'll be right back with you after a short break.
Shivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. 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 Om
Yes. So first, let us understand the vision that the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism had given for the Nithyananda Guru. This absolutely mind-blowing and breakthrough system of school is a revival, a grand revival of the Gurukul education system of Sanatana Hindu Dharma, where the same system that has created kings such as Lord Rama, Lord Krishna, so many other incarnations, that is the exact schools that Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is reviving. And of course, still reviving all over the world despite so much persecution. And this is what the anti-Hindu militant forces were trying so much to destroy. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism had given a grand vision for Nithyananda Gurukul as a power manifesting school. Today, the Nithyananda Gurukul Balasans have demonstrated the powers of third eye. Many of you, of course, have already known, seen the powerful demonstrations, and even manifested yourselves, and seen how, from a young age, when a child is empowered with the great truths revived by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism from Sanatana Hindu Dharma, how they are able to powerfully live these truths and start the power manifestation. How they have been able to manifest even the powers of the third eye, being able to read and see 360 degrees around them. How they're able to do materialization, teleportation, seeing other places remotely, seeing and scanning for the body and healing. How so many millions have been healed just through one initiation by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. This Nithyananda Gurukul was a hub, a school a training ground for a new generation of Hindus, where these powers from the ancient scriptures are revived back and demonstrated, used, and lived powerfully to live the highest ambition for humankind. That was the vision that the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism had for the Nithyananda Gurukul, which started in Adi Kailasa Sarvagna Peetham in 2006. And of course, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism had been continuously giving programs for children and training children, ensuring that the classes had been established for Vidyalaya of children all over the world, and e-gurukuls all over the world. But the first established school was established in 2006 in Adi Kailasa Sarvagna Peetham. And in that time, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism began the Nithyananda Gurukul. What started out as just a handful of very blessed children became hundreds of Gurukul Balasans, where the revival of the ancient education system, the ancient Hindu education system, came to life. And there are, in this ancient Hindu ecosystem, this ancient Hindu education system is one of the 5 pillars of Kailasa, where the future of Hinduism, the very children who will be the leaders of the nation, the civilizational nation across the world, those very leaders are trained, are nurtured, and are growing up to be powerful individuals, powerful leaders of the whole world. With this vision, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism began, and hundreds of Gurukul Balasans by today are initiated as Gurukul Balasans, as well manifesting Shaktis for the whole world. As you can see every single day, Balasans do the power demonstration in the programs and are continuously manifesting the Shaktis, living these ultimate truths from Sanatana Hindu Dharma. This is a part of the ecosystem that the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism had established. And what exactly the anti-Hindus wanted to destroy. And they wanted to do it directly by raiding the campuses, in traumatizing the children, putting them through interrogations that were absolutely torturous for children, especially, and making them go through such violent situations, putting them at risk to being so traumatized in their future. Once again, today we have the sharings of Ma Nitya Prajnanananda, who had gone through the attacks even from 2010. And in 2010, we saw the most violent attacks against the whole Adi Kailasa Sarvagna Peetham. 2010 saw one of the most brutal attacks where the entire Adinam was set on fire. The residence of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism himself was set on fire. A fire bomb was thrown at it, and somehow the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism had escaped. And all of the Adinavasis around were absolutely going haywire, trying to set off fires, trying to find shelter. And in this environment, children were left vulnerable to the attacks by the anti-Hindu forces and to the absolute devastation of the entire property in Adina. To be absolutely traumatized by the violence executed by the anti-Hindu militant forces that had raided the Adinam, started trespassing were setting everywhere on fire. So now I request Nithya Prajnananda Yes. As you can see here, these were some of the attacks that happened in 2010. And we're going to have Nithya Prajnananda share. Each and every one of you, please listen to the story of a survivor of one of the most brutal attacks in the history of Kailasa. We'll be right back with you after a short break to continue the sharing.
Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om 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 Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
Just be alive for next 3 years. Don't die within next 3 years. Just don't die within next 3 years. Be alive. Somehow be alive. I'm working sincerely. I will reach you somehow. Somehow I will reach you. It's my commitment to humanity. Just don't die within next 3 years. I will reach you wherever you are, whichever corner of the world you may be. I will reach you with enlightenment. You manifesting the space, state, powers, being Paramashivoham. It is possible, and it is possible for you. Paramashiva will reach you with enlightenment science. I know he is going to do the job. Just be alive for next 3 years. Nothing else.
Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om 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 Nithyananda
Nithyanandam, welcome back, dear viewers. Now we will be entering into the experience of Nithya Prajnananda, who was in Gurukul since 2007, who's literally grown up within the Kailasa ecosystem, and what all she has experienced from since the attacks of 2010 and into the attacks of 2012. Welcome, Pragnana.
Nithyananda.
Yeah, and the mom. So can you share a little bit first about your background and how long you've been in Gurukul and how long you've known Swamiji?
Yes. So I was there in the Nithyananda Gurukul a few years before 2010, 2007. From 2007, I have been there in the Adinam and looking and staying as part of the Nithyananda Gurukul. I would have been just 6 years old at that time, and I had lots of fun in the Nithyananda Gurukul.
Yes, ma'am. And since 2010, you were there when the initial persecution started against Kailasa and the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. You were there when the Adinam was attacked, when you were just 7 years old. Can you explain a little bit about that?
Yes. So at 2010, I did not know what was happening at that time. So I was just in that same, like a daily thing. I wanted to go to the Gurukul, so I used to stay in another building right in front of the Gurukul. So from there, I wanted to go, and I just opened the gate, and I saw everything was all messed up, and so many people were there inside and fighting. So I really got scared. I saw even my mother in between all of that. I really got so scared and ran back inside my room and shut. Being that young and seeing like a big group fighting right in front of me, it was literally the first time I had that. I knew what fear is at that time. At that period of time, it hit me that what I am living in, there is something more than that is going on. When I saw, I got really scared that not knowing what is happening first, seeing people fighting, holding sticks and hitting each other. That was the scene I saw, and I ran back inside the room from which I came, and my relatives, my aunt who was staying there with me at that period of time, she was, being a kid, you see adults having a discussion in really fear, a lot of fear. You feel like even the people who you look up to will be there for you. They themselves are in fear, not knowing what to do. I felt like there is no one for me now. Who will be able to help me? They themselves are scared. Everything is scared. At that period of time, who I looked up to, who I thought will be there and be able to solve a situation, themselves was not able to solve. At that period of time, I was so scared, and at that time, my aunt had come to a conclusion that we have to escape from this place to keep our children safe. Otherwise, these policies and all these people who are there inside, what they will do to the kids, no one knows. So at that time, a small hole was there, fenced up, and in that fence hole, all of us had to go out. And after we went out, also, I turned back at that period of time when we were going out and saw the whole Adinam, the whole of the ashram was filled with smoke. The whole of the ashram was filled with smoke, and
Did you ever think at that time you would ever be able to return to your home, to return to the Father, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, who had brought you up as his own daughter, despite you losing your father at a very young age? Did you ever think you were going to get to see your guru again, your home again?
And yes, I never thought that I would be able to see the Swamiji ever again. And not just that, I didn't even cognize I would be able to see my mom also that time, because she was there in between that place where I saw full smoke. And the minute I realized that the ashram was burning, and the two at that point of time, the two most important people to me, my mother and Swamiji, my father, both of them, I don't even know if I will ever be able to see. I felt like a kid who has lost everything that is important to her. I felt like the most important things in my life is gone. And I don't know if I'm ever going to be there again in between. When until I was going outside that fence also, I was not understanding what is happening. But when I went to the fence and just turned back to see, I saw the whole of the ashram was filled with smoke. The whole, and then I come to realize that whoever is important to me, Swamiji, my um, my friends at that period of time, my friends, my Gurukul friends, my my adult friends, whoever you were close to, everybody was in between that smoke. I was full. mm, At such a young age, I had to imagine what is happening to my mom in between smoke. What is happening to my mom in between the fight that is going on in the ashram? What is happening to my friends? They're still as young as me. What is happening to them? Being that young, I had to visualize and see first, not just in imagination. Right in front of me, I had to see people beating each other up. And I saw, I remember seeing someone throwing stone on the head of one of my friend's dad. I really freaked out when I saw that.
So you were separated from your mother and had to sneak out, escape, go into hiding. But somehow, after this initial displacement, you were able to make it back to your home with your mother. So how were you able to come back to the Adinam after this horrific attack and this unimaginable persecution that was going on at that time?
I still cannot believe that an opportunity to enter back inside was even provided. It is just the pure feeling connection that we had, the trust we had that it is possible that we will be able to be helped back. Even if we come back, we will still be the only thing important to my life itself is there here, that brought the happiness that you will never ever get is there here. And the same way, you, if your father is there in between trouble, will you want to leave and go? No. And that is what brought us back. Even though my relatives who had gone outside with this fear that of having their kids in problem has not come back, it is only that joy which I had experienced, the joy which we had experienced, which brought us back to live this kind of a life.
Yes, Ma. And the other day you shared that Swamiji, after losing your father at a very young age, Swamiji finally gave you that fulfillment of a father, that fulfillment of having another parent who's there to take care of you and ensure every aspect of your life is fulfilled.
Yes, absolutely. The loss did not feel like a loss anymore. The minute I saw Swamiji, I felt like, that feeling of when you lost something very important to you, which you have the fear you will never be able to get back, and at last you just get back such a thing which is cognized impossible. After death, you don't get back your father. But here I have my father back with me. So that gave me such a fulfillment and joy of being back over here. And that is one of the main reasons that even pulled us back inside over here. Because how can you leave your father somewhere and live somewhere when you know that he is there?
Yes. So this was not the only attack that you faced after coming back. This was just one of many attacks by the anti-Hindu forces, by the Neo-Hindutva militants who attacked the Gurukul and the children of Kailasa. Can you share what happened to you in 2012 when the Adinam was on a lockdown and the police forces were raiding the Adinam and attacking the residents and the children? Can you share what happened to you in that experience?
As you know, we were having a lot of fun in Gurukul. Even on that day, we did not really know what is happening. We were just in the Gurukul and having fun. Just we were playing this running race and happened to enter inside our where we used to stay, the 10-room block. It used to be called the 10-room block. So we ran inside the 10-room block area, and all of a sudden, you see some head popping out from the wall. I just I just really got scared and screamed. And when I turned to run back, one more Balasant who was running along with me, she also had turned and saw, and someone is showing a gun right on top of us. That is the first time I know something is happening over here in the Adinam at that point of time. First, I see a gun, a person just pops out from nowhere on top of the wall. It's like a fenced wall. On top of the wall, some police officer just climbed and suddenly shows the gun to me. I really thought that he's going to shoot me for no reason. I didn't even have any idea what is going on. And I just ran from the 10-room block area and ran, and I felt difficulty in breathing at that time. I couldn't control how I'm feeling. I felt really not able to breathe at that time, and went and told my teachers what I just saw, what I happened to see, the gun and the person there. And to protect all of us, the teachers had taken us into the main hall of the Gurukul and gathered us all over there. After some time, we come to know the kids. Not I was at 2012. I was 11 years old. Kids younger than me, kids at 7 years old, 8 years old, were all there along with me. And the minute I ran and told, as much as the Gurukul kids can be protected, the teachers tried to gather all of us. And then the principal had come and told what is happening in the Adinam. There are so many policies that have come and all. The the principal came and told the teachers, and few kids had just overheard that conversation and came and told like all of us. And we became more scared knowing that there are policies all over the Adinam, and there are
Yes. So
policies
at
with
that time, you were just
guns. There are so many policies along with guns. And the saddest part was when one kid wants to go to the washroom. Even to go inside the washroom, we had the fear of going alone inside the bathroom. We really were so scared that we wanted to hold each other's hands at that time so that we will feel at least little bit of comfort. We were so scared at that point of time that we did not even have that courage to go inside the bathroom, inside the toilet alone. We were so scared at that point of a time. So after after we came to know that the place where we were is not safe, they decided that group by group we be shifted to another building in the same campus to another building. So as we were being shifted as groups so that it will not look like the whole of the kids are moving, that fear that something might happen to us, we decided that we move out of the building group by group. And when we were going as a group, when I was going, I just took a peek of what was happening. Like when we were going as a group, I just turned and saw like what was happening when we were walking. And I saw like so many people, the whole Adinam was full of people, either polices with guns or people wearing all color clothes and with stones, and it was full of people. I don't know who they are, but so many people were there, like fighting with words, having harsh conversations and shouting and etc. So many people were there. That is just how my memory is, and they all looked so scary. After we got shifted, I clearly remember being so hungry. I felt so hungry and I wanted to eat food, and there was nothing to eat. We did not even be given anything to eat. We were not provided anything. And I was there in that room, opened the window, and I was seeing all these people outside were having feast with whatever food we were supposed to be eating. I saw all those policies. Being a 11-year-old kid who was very, very hungry, I saw through the window that each one of them were having feast, and we barely could get even one drop of water to drink.
Actually, feels really
Sorry,
sad and
sorry for the
like
technical glitch.
feel maybe hard to even listen to what you were sharing. So your age was around 5. What was your age at that time, Ma Pragya?
When I saw the smoke at that time, I was just 9 years old, and when all
Sorry?
this I was going through, I was 11 years old.
11,
So, Ma
11
Pragyana,
years. 11 years old, Ma.
Yes, and along with me, I had kids around me who were just 7 years old or 5 years old, few of them, who were also going the same thing I was going through along with me.
God. Actually, even to come and share, to relive that traumatic experience, just because your parents and you decided to be a Hindu, being a part of Swamiji, being a part of Kailasa, just because of that one decision that you took, the anti-Hinduism is the militant forces, the neo-Hindutva militant forces attacking and making a at such a tender age, making you go through, and as you're sharing, so many more children, the minor kids, for even 5 years of age, putting them through severe starvation, putting them through, making them see such gory things of their buildings burning down their living places, making them homeless. It's seriously something too hurtful. Today, Swamiji is serving for like actually for last so many years. Even during that persecution, that every time continuously Swamiji is serving for billions, billions of free food served.
Actually, we can just see the amount of atrocity, the violence that media is doing, the way that the way media is just so much of violence. And each of you should understand, just at about 12 or 13 or just being so young and just 11-year-old, she was saying how 5-year-old. For us, Swamiji is not just Guru. For us, Swamiji is more than our mother and father. To see so much of violence happening, to see the way we all are forced into something, we don't know what is happening. This is our home. We all are brought up here. We all live here. To see overnight people barging in, breaking things, people just coming and being so violent, screaming out slogans. We didn't know what was happening, but so much of violence. It's just when each of the viewers should understand when Ma Pragyana was sharing, just the 11-year-old girl who has no clue what's happening outside is facing the mob, facing the people, the atrocities that were done. She was put in curfew in her own home and she is not able to understand what is happening. There's no food, so much of mob, media, violence. You all can see the live footage.
Actually, what's so painful? Ma Pragyana, as I know, like being in the people where you're speaking to rose plants and making them itself drop their thorns because you are groomed in a gurukul which is completely non-violent. Even you don't even have anger. Like you're not even allowed to have anger. You're trained and groomed so beautifully, so spiritually. And after such a protected, incubated ambience is provided. All of a sudden, these terrorists coming and attacking the entire Kailasa, burning it down, seeing such gory things. What was your emotional, what was happening inside you?
Each and every moment, what I was thinking at that age of 7, each and every moment, I thought that after this, will I be able to see my dad, who's Swamiji? Will I be able to see my mom ever again? Will I be able to be in this kind of a place and have fun and continue what I want to do? At that point of a time, what I respected the most, even puja, we were not able to do puja peacefully. We couldn't even chant. We couldn't even ring the bell while doing puja. All we could think about is what will happen to us next? What will happen to us? Will I be able to see my more than everything, Swamiji, ever again? Will I be able to see my mom ever again? Will I be able to? Is Gurukul going to continue to be there? A place where I want to study, the place that I know is best for me. Will it be there? Will it be there for me to continue? Continuous fear of losing my comb was there in me at that point of time.
So, Ma Pragyana, I actually want to go back to what you had made, the statement you had made earlier about how you were held at gunpoint. You were just 11 years old and you were held at gunpoint. Did you even know who these people were or why they were entering the Adinam at that time?
By looking at them, my idea of police at that time. So by looking at them, I thought they were police. But
yes, please continue.
But it was not just police. There were so many people who were so scary, even to be around. They were they made me feel so insecure. What will happen to me? What will happen to the people who I care about the most. My friends, my Swamiji, everybody was just there, and I was so scared that me being a kid itself was shown. They had come to the Gurukul from the wall and peeked with a gun. Me being a kid itself, I was so scared what each one of the others, adults, will be going through. I was
Actually,
so
what
scared
not
what is
like
going
what
on
you're
because
sharing.
at that time I didn't even see my mother for so long. And she was there in that same campus. I haven't seen her for so long. And she was there in that same campus. I I don't even know where she is, or how she is treated, what is going on. I had no idea about it.
So again, you were put in that same insecurity, whether you'll get to see your mother again, whether you'll get to see Swamiji again, whether you'll get to see your guru again, your father, but you
My
had no idea
friend,
what was going.
that same energy, the blissful energy space that I could live in the Gurukul, that joy of going and having even plants as your friend, animals as your friend, that is not something you get everywhere. That is only possible in Gurukul, making plants as your friend, talking to the plants, having conversation with animals, and and without any expectations, having somebody who will be there for you. Swamiji, your father. I mean, my father at that. Swamiji is my father, right? He is the only one who is there for me. And being insecure about not getting to be with him anymore, I was so scared. And the only thought at that time that I could get is holding my mala and praying that nothing happens to any one of us. I was holding my mala and praying. Being 11-year-old, the only thing I could cognize and think at that time was holding my mala and praying nothing happens to any one of us, nothing happens to Gurukul, nothing happens to anyone. I was so scared that something is going to happen next second.
And in that moment, being an 11-year-old and seeing the police who you thought were going to protect you, who you thought were there to serve you, holding a gun to you, and leaving you in complete fear, and them being the ones attacking your home, your Adinam, raiding your home, and leaving you in so much of fear and anxiety. What was your reaction to that? How did you feel seeing that the police, the people that were there you thought to protect you, how did you feel seeing that?
At that point of time, I did not feel like there is anybody who can protect me. At that point of time, I felt like even those people who I thought could protect me, they themselves were there in fear. Police, you know, being still a learner, in the schools, I was taught that the police are the ones who protect you. The police are the ones who are there to take care of what is wrong. At that point of time, my cognition about police from the education itself, I had only had this kind of learning from the Gurukul or anywhere, wherever. That cognition was attacked brutally. The way I saw the police coming with guns, even at the kids who have not done anything, and disrespecting our own religion in such a way, my cognition, my idea, the root idea that I had, I felt like all the teachings that I had, everything is wrong. I felt like whatever I had learned, everything is wrong. Police over here are not there to help the right, I felt like everything is wrong.
So in 2010, 2012, and even recently in 2017, you shared a few days back, you have been subject to numerous attacks and persecution at the hands of neo-Hindutva militants and at the hands of the anti-Hindu forces. Yet you are still strong and you are still living in Kailasa with the lifestyle of enlightenment. What has made you continuously come back and be living this lifestyle despite so much of insecurity and instability due to these anti-Hindu elements and neo-Hindutva forces?
If we decide against, if I know from my heart that if I decide against what I believe to be right, if I decide to leave, if I decide to take a step like that and fall, then it is equivalent to letting these people think that whatever they're doing is going to make them win, which is not true. What they are doing is completely wrong, and if I am going to let my stability to drop, it is like telling whatever they are accusing us of is true. And I will tell you very clearly that I stand by what decision I have taken for me. I stand how much ever I have to go through until the end, I will go through it, but I will never give them the satisfaction of feeling that they are right, because they are not right with whatever they're doing.
And only the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is the only being standing for Hinduism and, like you said, standing against these anti-Hindu forces and neo-Hindutva forces. And he is the only hope to revive Hinduism. Again and again, despite relentless persecution, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has stood as the only hope for all of us. So thank you so much, Ma Prajnanananda, for sharing your truly horrific experience and enlightening the viewers on what all persecution the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism and the children of Kailasa have gone through. Thank you so much for your time, Ma.
Thank you.
And now we will conclude this segment and enter into the Nithyananda Satsang. Thank you.
Connecting with the divine with your eyes closed is meditation. Connecting with the divine with your eyes open is darshan. Come, let us all now move from meditation to darshan. Slowly, very slowly, please open your eyes.
नमो नित्याय धामलेश धूतकोकबन्धवे नमो नित्याय नामसोषितानबद्धबान्धवे नमो नित्याय पामरेतर प्रधान बन्धवे नमो नित्याय पालते नमो नित्याय शूलभिन्न दुष्ट दक्ष पालते नमो नित्याय मूलकारणाय दयाल वालते नमो नित्याय इष्टवस्तु मुख्य दान हेतवे नमो नित्याय दुष्ट दैत्य वंश धूमकेतवे नमो नित्याय सृष्टिरक्षणाय धर्म सेतवे नमो नित्याय अष्टमूर्तये वृषेन्द्र केतवे नमो नित्याय आपदत्रिनेत्रटङ्क हस्तते नमो नित्याय पापहारि दिव्य सिन्धु मस्तते नमो नित्याय पापधारिणे लसन्न मस्तते नमो नित्याय शापदोष खण्डन प्रशस्तते नमो नित्याय नित्या हरे नित्यानन्द नित्या हरे नित्यानन्द नित्या हरे व्योमकेश दिव्य भव्य रूपते नमो नित्याय हेम मेदिनी धरेन्द्र चापते नमो नित्याय नाम मान हृद्दुरापते नमो नित्याय ब्रह्मगेन्द्र कुण्डल प्रसिद्धते नमो नित्याय ब्रह्मणे प्रणीत वेद पद्धते नमो नित्याय जिह्व काल देक दत्त पद्धते नमो नित्याय कामनाशनाय शुद्ध कर्मणे नमो नित्याय सामगान जायमान शर्मणे नमो नित्याय सामजासुरांग लब्ध चर्मणे नमो नित्याय जन्म मृत्यु घोर दुःख हारिणे नमो नित्याय चिन्मयैक रूप देह धारिणे नमो नित्याय मन्मनोरथावपूर्तिकारिणे नमो नित्याय सन्मनोगदरे नित्यानन्द नित्या हरे नित्यानन्द नित्या हरे नित्यानन्द नित्या हरे यक्षराज बन्ध वेदयालवे नमो नित्याय दक्षपाणि शोभिकाञ्चनालवे नमो नित्याय पक्षिराज वागकृच्छयालवे नमो नित्याय अक्षिपाल वेद पूततालवे नमो नित्याय दक्षहस्तनिष्ठ जात वेदसे नमो नित्याय अक्षरात्मने नमाध्वडौजसे नमो नित्याय दीक्षित प्रकाशितात्म तेजसे नमो नित्याय अक्षराज वाहते सताङ्गते नमो नित्याय राजदाचलेन्द्र सानुवासिने नमो नित्याय राजमान नित्य मन्दहासिने नमो नित्याय राजगौरकावतं सभासिने नमो नित्याय राजराज मित्रता प्रकाशिने नमो नित्याय दीनमानवालि कामधेनवे नमो नित्याय सूनबाणदाग कृत्कृशानवे नमो नित्याय सानुराग भक्तरत्न सानवे नमो नित्याय दानबोधकार चण्ड भानवे नमो नित्याय नित्या हरे नित्यानन्द नित्या हरे नित्यानन्द नित्या हरे नित्यानन्द नित्या हरे सर्वमङ्गलाकुचाग्रशायिने नमो नित्याय सर्वदेवतागणातिशायिने नमो नित्याय पूर्वदेवनाश संविधायिने नमो नित्याय सर्वमन्मनोज भङ्गदायिने नमो नित्याय लोकभक्तितोऽपि भक्तपोषिणे नमो नित्याय माकरन्द सारवर्षि भाषिणे नमो नित्याय एकबिल्वदानतोऽपि तोषिणे नमो नित्याय नैक जन्म पापजाल शोषिणे नमो नित्याय सर्वजीव रक्षणैकशीलिने नमो नित्याय कीर्तनप्रियाय भक्तपालिने नमो नित्याय दुर्विदग्ध दैत्य सैन्यधारिणे नमो नित्याय शर्वरीशधारिणे कपालिने नमो नित्याय पाहि मामु मामनोज्ञ देवते नमो नित्याय देहि मे वरं सिताद्रिगेहते नमो नित्याय मोहितर्षिकामिनी समोहते नमो नित्याय स्नेहित प्रसन्न कामदोहते नमो नित्याय नित्या वैरिभङ्गते नमो नित्याय अङ्गजारये करे पुरङ्गते नमो नित्याय नीतितक्षणप्रदान हेतवे नमो नित्याय आकिताग्निपालकोक्षकेतवे नमो नित्याय देहिकान्तिधूतरौप्य धातवे नमो नित्याय गेकदुःखपुञ्ज धूमकेतवे नमो नित्याय रक्षदीन सत्कृपाकटाक्षते नमो नित्याय दक्ष सप्ततन्तुनाश दक्षते नमो नित्याय रुक्षराजभानुपावकाक्षते नमो नित्याय रक्ष मां प्रपन्नमात्र रक्षते नमो नित्याय व्यङ्कुपाणये शिवङ्कराय ते नमो नित्याय सङ्कटाधितीर्न किङ्कराय ते नमो नित्याय अङ्कभीषिता भयङ्कराय ते नमो नित्याय पङ्कजाननाय शङ्कराय ते नमो नित्याय नित्या हरे नित्यानन्दा नित्या हरे नित्यानन्दा नित्या हरे नित्यानन्दा नित्या हरे नित्यानन्दा कर्मपाशनाश नीलकण्ठते नमो नित्याय शर्मदाय वर्य भस्मकण्ठते नमो नित्याय निर्ममर्षि सेवितोपकण्ठते नमो नित्याय कुन्महेन तीर्णमद्विकुण्ठते नमो नित्याय विष्णपाधिपाय नम्र विष्णवे नमो नित्याय शिष्टविप्रहृत्कुपाचरिष्णवे नमो नित्याय इष्टवस्तु नित्यतुष्ट जिष्णवे नमो नित्याय कष्टनाशनाय लोकजिष्णवे नमो नित्याय अप्रमेय दिव्य सुप्रभावते नमो नित्याय सत्प्रपन्न रक्षण स्वभावते नमो नित्याय मुक्ति दिव्य भोगदायिने नमो नित्याय शक्ति कल्पित प्रपंच भागिने नमो नित्याय भक्त संकटापहार योगिने नमो नित्याय युक्त सन्मनः सरोज योगिने नमो नित्याय अंतकांतकाय पापहारिणे नमो नित्याय शन्तमाय दन्ति चर्मधारिणे नमो नित्याय संतताश्रितं यथा विदारिणे नमो नित्याय जन्तुजात नित्य सौख्यकारिणे नमो नित्याय शूलिने नमो नमः कपालिने नमो नित्याय पालिने विरिञ्चि मुण्डमालिने नमो नित्याय लीलिने विशेषरुण्डमालिने नमो नित्याय शीलिने नमः प्रपुण्यशालिने नमो नित्याय मुक्ति दिव्य भोगदायिने नमो नित्याय शक्ति कल्पित प्रपंच भागिने नमो नित्याय भक्त संकटापहार योगिने नमो नित्याय युक्त सन्मनः सरोज योगिने नमो नित्याय नित्या हरे नित्यानन्दा नित्या हरे नित्यानन्दा नित्या हरे नित्यानन्दा नित्या हरे नित्यानन्दा
ओम जय नित्यानंदा जय
ॐ नित्यानन्देश्वर परमशिवसमारम्भाम् नित्यानन्देश्वरि पराशक्तिमध्यमाम् अस्मदाचार्यपर्यन्ताम् वन्दे गुरुपरम्पराम् I welcome all of you with my love and respects. I welcome all the devotees, disciples, Samajis, Satsangis,
Shri Mahants, Mahants, Tanedar Kotari, visitors, viewers, everyone sitting with us all over the world. I welcome all of you with my love and blessings. Paramashiva's message directly from Kailasa. Listen, listen intensely. Divya Sarira, the body, indestructible, effulgence, which is inside all of us. Please understand, this Divya Sarira is the core component of all of us. There is no person who does not have Divya Sarira. Everyone has a Divya Sarira. How much ever you think you are good or bad, you think you are God or demon, whatever you think, you have a Divya Sarira. That Divya Sarira strengthened, energized, inspired by sattvic food to the body, sattvic food to the mind, sattvic food to the consciousness. Enjoy this three in your life continuously. Don't worry about what should be negated. See, focusing on what need to be negated makes you very depressed, even feeling deprived. Instead, enjoy what need to be gained. Listen. I've always seen in this 40 years of my Chaturmasya, please understand, it has become almost 40 years now, coming Chaturmasya. This Guru Purnima is my 40th Chaturmasya. In my 40 years of Chaturmasya, Chaturmasya is the 4-year vow, 4-month vow. Chaturmasya means in Sanskrit, the exact meaning is 4-month. That 4-month vow, sannyasis take to replenish themselves, rejuvenate themselves with this sattvic energy, feeding the body with intense sattvic food, feeding the mind with intense sattvic food. Mind has a beautiful sattvic food. Feeding the consciousness with intense sattvic energy. And strengthening the Divya Sarira. The whole purpose of Chaturmasya is that only. These 4 months focused on that strengthening of the Divya Sarira. See, if the Divya Sarira in you, the self-effulgent light body in you, if that is strong, you are an enlightened being. You enjoy best things of the consciousness, your existence. You enjoy the best gifts of your existence. that self-effulgent Divya Sarira gets more and more covered, you get deluded, suffer with the external world, delusions, delusion, whatnot, whatever. Now, I don't want to get into the negative side description. If you miss strengthening Divya Sarira, what happens? I don't want to waste time on that. I only wanted to describe how to strengthen the Divya Sarira. Self-effulgent, Swayam Prakasa, Sutta Sarira, Daiva Sarira. All of us have. The methodologies to strengthen the Divya Sarira and manifest powers of Paramashiva, the state of Paramashiva, space of Paramashiva, and powers of Paramashiva. This truth is the message from Paramashiva directly to the whole humanity. Let me explain this truth, this message. Please understand. Yesterday, many people were asking me, Swamiji, in the pre-satsang, your sannyasis and sannyasinis and whole Kailasa and Sangha is explaining all the persecution you went through and so much of material evidences, facts are presented by them. What they are talking in the pre-satsang yesterday or last few days, and when you come for satsang, what you are speaking means what I am speaking and what they are presenting, both are not even connected. Many people are questioning me. Listen, please understand. They are talking about what unconscious human beings have done to us. I am talking about what Kailasa is giving it to all of you. Please be very clear. My work, my responsibility, my focus for which I happened is to bring the greatest gifts from Mahakailasa. As I said, the ground zero, where decisions are made, where the consciousness is making decisions about the existence. I am straight coming from that space. Straight, I am from that space now. So I am sharing what Mahakailasa, Paramashiva wants to share with you all. I am going to give what I need to give it to the world. And what my sannyasis are telling in the pre-satsang hosting, it is true. I have been attacked. My sannyasis have been attacked. My sangha has been attacked. It is true. They are telling what the unconscious humanity has given to us. See, I wanted to share 3 things with you all. First, what I need to give to the humanity. Gifts from Kailasa. The science of enlightenment, the science of power manifestation, the science of becoming superconscious beings. This is the essence of why this Aushadha science, the thoughts can be used to program plants, herbs. I have already proved this not only through me, through my Gurukul Balasans. My Balasans can talk to any rose plant for 10 days without touching the rose plant, make that rose plant drop all their thorns, not one. Hundreds of rose plants under CCTV camera. All my kids do is they go and sit and talk to those plants, relate with those plants, give them the love, feeling secured, energy and consciousness. Those plants just drop the thorns. I have proved this science multiple times, thousands of times, through many of my balasans, in many of my ashrams, and still I can prove, I can demonstrate even now. So this is the science. And now I want to tell you the next level. Any disease, the cure needed for the disease is a conscious energy which need to be inserted into your body, can be programmed into any herb, and that herb can be given to you, you will be healed. It's a science. It's a greater science. This science is called Aushadhi. This is the core science of materia medica of Hindu medicine. Understand? I've learnt this Aushadhi science from my 3 gurus. My gurus, 3 of them are masters of this Aushadhi science. Isakki Swami and Kuppammal. I always considered both of them as together, one being, because actually one being used both the bodies. I know for sure. Only one person used both the bodies. And Raghupati Yogi. We even have a beautiful photograph of Raghupati Yogi personally applying an Aushadha on one of his disciple. The disciple, I think, is from outside India, abroad. He had some paralytic attack. Just only in 3 days, my Guru has healed him completely with Aushadha. And Narayana Swami Tata. These 3 masters of this Aushadha science gave me this knowledge. of course, ultimately, Arunagiri Yogeshwara Paramashiva himself showered the whole experience and expertise. Listen. Herbs can be programmed. Plants can be programmed. Consciously programmed. This is the Hindu materia medica science. If somebody, it is 100 times more than getting any MBBS, MD or anything. Unfortunately, Hindus neither understood nor recognized due to the continuous persecution done on them, genocide done on them. All the knowledge of the Hindu tradition was destroyed, and even Hindus are made to lose confidence on the knowledge. And after a few generations of brainwashing, even Hindus feel all these are false, and they attack the Hindu gurus who are trying to revive all these great truths. It's like some part of your own body destroying your body, like autoimmune disorder. Hindus have been infected by the anti-Hindu elements with the autoimmune disorder. Part of your own body destroys your body, like HIV virus, this AIDS. That kind of a mental setup has been infused. Consciousness has been infused into Hindus. And unfortunately, due to this hundreds of years of persecution and making sure all this knowledge not available to common Hindus, this all made to look like a myth, fake stories, legend, or maybe long before, thousands of years before, this science was there, but now it is not there, or it is not possible to revive. All these kind of ideas are inserted into the common Hindus' minds, and anybody who is trying to establish, revive this science is beaten black and blue and destroyed. See, unfortunately, Hindus lost the understanding about this collective integrity. See, if a ship has to stay afloat, all the mechanisms in that ship need to stay integrated. It can be the maintenance engineer or the cleaning staff, captain, all the equipments fixed in the ship, everything, the machineries and all human beings, all of them need to be integrated for the ship to stay afloat. The maintenance supervisor cannot say, I have done my job, but the cleaning staff is not doing his job. What can I do? Anyhow, if the ship sinks, I will not be blamed because I have done my job. If a maintenance engineer thinks he is a fool because when the ship sinks, he is also going to die. Not only he is going to lose his job, he is going to lose his life. Please see the photograph of my guru, Raghupati Yogi. applying aushadha on a patient and healing him from stroke. Maybe he had a stroke and some problem in his spine. So Raghupati Yogi applied the aushadha and healed him completely. I've seen the Raghupati Yogi's love and compassion. Now listen, let me tell you. For the ship to stay afloat and reach the place where it need to reach, everyone in the ship need to be integrated. It's called collective integrity. A maintenance engineer cannot think, oh, I have done my job, but the fuel manager is not doing his job, or the cleaning person is not doing his job. So if the ship sinks, I will not be blamed. I will not be questioned. I am safe. Let whatever happens to others, or whatever others do or don't do, what is there for me? That level of integrity will not work for the ship to stay afloat. This is exactly done by the Hindus. In the modern day, everyone says, oh, I have tried my best. I have done my best. But others are not doing. What can I do? I have seen this as a typical mold. Same narrative. Whether it comes to reclaiming the political legitimacy of the Hindus, or reclaiming their temples, or reclaiming their organizations and religious freedom, or any guru's organizations running. Please understand, any problem Hindus are facing, still being the slave. Please be very clear. Any Hindu not living under the Hindu constitution is a slave. This is a definition. How the Muslims are very clear. If you are not living under the Islamic law, Islamic constitution, you are a slave. So be very clear. Hindus should understand, if you are not living under Hindu constitution and Hindu law, if you are not living somewhere, please listen. Let me put it very clearly. If you are living in a place where Veda Agamas are the constitution and Manusmriti is the jurisprudence, you can freely declare, you can openly declare, you are a free Hindu. You are a Hindu with freedom to practice Hinduism. Anyone living anywhere where the Veda Agamas are not constitution and Manusmriti is not jurisprudence, you are a slave. At least realize it. Wake up to the truth, reality. What you should do, all that I don't know. I'll at least tell the truth. At least wake up to the truth. Be very clear about it. So whether you ask the Hindus, why are you living a slavery life? Why you don't have a religious freedom? Why your temples are not under you, it's under the government. Why your temple wealth is not used for running gurukuls, the Hindu schools. Why your temple wealth is not being used to develop and spread Hindu medicines. The most funny thing, many of the so-called Hindu ashrams and Hindu organizations run Christian medical institutions. They are not realizing we have a great Hindu medical science, because the Hindu medical science is neither given legal legitimacy nor given social legitimacy. It's always under constant threat. Even though the Hindu medicinal system is its depth and breadth, everything is far more than any other medical system in the world. "2,000 years before, our guys have performed cosmetic surgery. The Hindu doctors and Hindu medical visionaries like Shushruta, any of the Hindu surgeons, if we have developed our science and retained what we developed, today the Hindu medicine would have been the most powerful. And Hindu medicine is always about the healing and cure. It has nothing to do with monetizing. See, the Hindu medicine is kept in pure form without economical agendas and political agendas. By being kept with the Brahmanas, neither the economical agendas of the Vaishyas can interfere, nor the political agendas of the Kshatriyas can interfere with the Hindu medicinal system. The whole knowledge was vested with the Brahmanas. And please, all of you understand, when I talk about the Varna, it is based on the quality of a person, not by birth. You ask any question to Hindus, why your medical system, Hindu medicinal system is destroyed? Why you guys are not having any respect for the greatest and oldest jurisprudence, the Hindu law Manusmriti? Everyone will have one answer. Oh, I am done, I am doing whatever I can, but others are not doing. What can I do? Exact answer. A maintenance engineer in a ship, if he gives, what will happen to the ship? That exactly same thing is happening to these guys. We need Hindus to start thinking with a collective integrity. Not only I will do my job as maintenance engineer, I will make sure the fuel manager does his job as fuel manager. And cleaning person does his job as a cleaning person. We need that kind of an ecosystem for Hinduism to be revived. I decided very clearly that can be done only in a place where we have political legitimacy and political sovereignty. With the grace of Paramashiva, I got a place. Maybe small, but I got a place. With a political legitimacy and political sovereignty for Hinduism. Hindu nation, Kailasa. Only in this place, this collective integrity ecosystem can be built. A maintenance engineer spends 60% of his working time for his job and the other 40% to integrate with other teams and make sure the other teams are also in integrity so the ship stays afloat. And I tell you, many of my Adinavasis who are still there in Adi Kailash or in our ashram, or some of the Adinavasis who left, many of them are highly integrated. Unfortunately, they are not trained in this vision, science of collective integrity. See, many of them are very highly integrated. They say, I have done my job. I am very integrated. Swamiji knows. What can I do if others are not doing? That is not going to bring the result if a maintenance engineer, even if he is highly integrated and he doesn't care about the fuel manager properly adding fuel to the ship engines, the ship is going to sink. And maintenance engineer may not be blamed, but he is going to lose his job and life. Many of the individually integrated people in my Sangha missed this truth. Only with the collective integrity, the ship can stay afloat. If not, you may not be blamed because you have been integrated. But the final result is not going to happen. You are also going to lose your job and life both. Thoroughly understood. Hindus have been beaten too long. And maximum they have the energy only to be individually integrated. They don't have energy to manage the collective integrity. So only the captain has to be responsible for the collective integrity. The collective integrity, education and evolving a structure with a collective integrity. For reviving Hinduism, we need a place with a political legitimacy and political sovereignty. With the blessings of Paramashiva, Ganapati, Kalabhairava, all the gods and goddesses of Kailasa, Bhuma Devi, we got a place for Kailasa with the political sovereignty and legitimacy. We have a place. More than one place, actually. We have a place now, more than one place. I tell you, I have to do it. I cannot waste time in blaming, in cursing. I don't have time for that. I am already 43. I have to do it. Of course, the grace of Paramashiva, we did it. We have a place now. The base is ready. Now the collecting the individuals and organizing. Even now I can see I have amazing individuals who are so highly dedicated and integrated to me. I can name every one in front of me. If you see the integrity of Ma Divyananda, she is equivalent to a Nayanmar. Push Murugai and Saras Murugai. Sumati, Ma Parameshwara, Karunananda, Ma Paramananda. I can go on reading everybody. I tell you, I never praise Ma Pranapriya, her integrity. If I need a kidney, I don't need, I will never need, I am very healthy and I am going to live a healthy life. I am giving you, for example, if I need a kidney, I will take only from Ma Pranapriya. Because she will not even repent 1 second, oh, I gave my kidney to Swamiji. That kind of integrity. But this individual's integrity will not be enough. We need collective integrity. There are so many people who gave their life to me, not just their wealth. They will even give a body organ to me if I need. If I need a kidney, I don't know how many people will apply to donate. If I need an eye, I don't know how many people will apply to donate. I have such highly integrated, dedicated, devoted people. But unfortunately, none of them understand that it is a collective integrity which is needed to make Kailasa successful. Not just individual integrity. Everyone is so happy and satisfied and fulfilled. I am individually integrated to Swamiji. Hey, that is not enough. I am telling you now. Pushp and Saras Murugai, I am giving you an example. Saras Murugai and Pushp Murugai. They gave all their wealth to me. Sarvavari Tyagis. Not even 1 second they even felt did they do right or wrong. They know for sure giving everything to Swamiji is the ultimate right best thing. As I told, if I take a kidney from Ma Pranapriya for me, not even 1 second she will repent or think, or she will not even have a second thought. Did I do right or wrong by giving my kidney to Swamiji? Never ever she will have a second thought. I have such highly integrated people. You see, these few names I uttered because they are in front of my eyes. And I have long list. The names I have not uttered. But unfortunately, none of them understand just the individual integrity is not enough for the ship to stay afloat. It is collective integrity that is required. Pranapriya will not have any problem to give her kidney to me. She will not even have a second thought. But she cannot go for rounds all over the campus and make everyone work and keep everyone's integrity. Because she doesn't understand. It is collective integrity that keeps a ship stay afloat. Same way Saras Murugai. She will work 24/7 for me. But she cannot ask the other people in the team to work. I tell you, this is one of the biggest curse Hindus are suffering. Everyone feels, oh, I am integrated. I will do what I need to do. Others are not doing. What can I do? It is captain's responsibility in making collective integrity happen. Everyone to be integrated, not mine. Sometimes people in the ship, one side maintenance team enjoys the other side maintenance team failing, thinking, oh, see how we are victorious now, they are failing, and that side of the ship, such big holes are happening. Hey, if the water comes in and the ship sinks, all of you are going to die. Why don't you understand? Hindus lack this understanding. In every level, whether, see, a major 100 problems of Hindus, if you list, their temples are not in their hands. All the income, money comes to the temple. For spreading Hinduism is not used for that purpose. And all the wealth dedicated and donated for Hinduism by their ancestors is not used for that purpose. Somebody was telling me the other day, I am not talking about one state or any one country, and I don't interfere in any country's internal administration and all that. I am talking to Hindus to wake up. Wherever you are suffering slavery, you need to understand. Many of the wealth dedicated by their ancestors to revive and maintain Hindu arts, Hindu medicine, Hindu spiritual truths, the wealth is not being used. Whether it's a political slavery or the persecution Hindus suffering or not having the religious freedom to own their religious worship places in their control, not having the freedom to practice their religion as they want, as the agamas, their religious scriptures describe, not able to maintain and hold their religious organizations or religious wealth under them. You ask any question, any problem to any Hindu thinkers, think tanks, Hindu organizations, Hindu leaders, Hindus, whether common Hindu or Hindu thinkers, ask them, any of them, these questions. Why the Hindu gurus are being attacked left, right, center through the hate speech, and systematically the Hindu organizations are pulled down, collapsed, and why Hindus are keeping quiet without defending the Hindu gurus who are the... See, Hindu gurus are attacked to destroy Hinduism. Please understand, the anti-Hindu elements, their goal, their aim is Hinduism. Because the Hindu gurus are defending Hinduism and promoting Hinduism, they are being attacked. And Hindus are not waking up to this truth. You ask any of these questions, this top 100 questions, top 100 problems. You list top 100 problems of the Hindus. Getting bullied in the cyberspace. So much of cyber bullying. All the major social media organizations are anti-Hindu. Racist. So much cyberbullying, racist attacks on Hindus. They don't have their temples under their control. Their gurus are being attacked left, right, center. Every day one guru is pulled down with false accusations, false cases, lawfare, hate speech, very systematically. List all these 100 problems and ask these questions. Everyone will say, oh, I am doing whatever I can. But others are not doing. What can we do? We need Hindu leaders who understand collective integrity truth. It is collective integrity which is going to keep the ship stay afloat. Even if you have only 10 people in your team, if you are able to make that whole team collective integrity, your Kailasa will be successful. You can be head of a Kailasa and it will be successful. I tell you, in every level, I have to do my responsibility. In my responsibility, things to do list, foremost, first priority is to bring all the great superconscious gifts from Kailasa and share it with you all. That's my first priority. As I told, strengthening your Divya Sarira with the right methodologies, making your body sattvic through yoga, right aushadha and sattvic food, making your mind sattvic and powerful through completion, unclutching, nirvikalpa samadhi, making your consciousness powerful by that sattvic Paramashivananda. Introducing literally the existence, conscious existence of Paramashiva. You just know Paramashiva is alive and he is in me. He is sitting alive, blissful. with his broad Swarupa, Paramashiva Paramburul, knowing he is alive in you, makes your consciousness sattvic. My first and foremost responsibility is to bring these great gifts to all of you. And to bring these gifts to all of you and share it with all of you, making all of you enlightened and enjoy. This is my first and foremost responsibility, and this is my first priority. My second priority, second work is making all my Sangha, people who have given their life to me, making them understand the great truth of collective integrity. As I told, I have the best people, most dedicated. One of the most sweetest message I received in last few days is Akil Kodali sending me message, Swamiji, please come to satsang. I miss you too much. I could not control my laughter. Actually, this message from Akil Kodali has put such a wide smile on my face. Hey, this fellow having so much romance and love. I tell you, I have best people around me. Akil will give anything he has for me, will not even think he has given that to me. He will literally feel he is enjoying that through me. That kind of a love. I have such highly integrated people. But unfortunately, all of them need to understand the importance of collective integrity. It is only the collective integrity which will keep the ship afloat, successful. Write 108 times collective integrity, collective integrity, collective integrity, collective integrity. Not selective integrity or individual integrity alone. Individual integrity is okay, good. But it is collective integrity. Only that can keep the ship afloat and successful. My second responsibility is making my Sangha, Kailasa, all the people who gave their life to me, who gave their individual integrity to me, making them realize collective integrity's importance. I think in all our ashram, in every room, we should put a small board beautifully. Collective integrity keeps the ship afloat. Not just individual integrity. So, The people who are working in accounts department, distributing money, and the people who are working in Goshala and keeping the Goshala clean and cows healthy, happy, and the people who are doing the agriculture and growing the herbs, and people who are doing puja in the temple, everyone need to have integrity to keep the ship afloat. The collective integrity only will keep the ship afloat, making the people who declared their integrity to me, making them realize the importance of collective integrity. I have some people highly dedicated, like Sri Shantapriyananda. He will be absolutely obedient to Guru Vak. Anything I say, he will simply obey. But complete loose, cranky. He cannot even talk to others. Make a simple coordination. Even simple coordination he cannot do. Sri Shantapriyananda, write 108 times. Collective integrity keeps the ship afloat. Collective integrity makes the Kailasa successful. Collective integrity only will make my life successful. If one department fails, then be very clear, everyone is going to not only lose the job, lose the life, because the ship is going to sink. In all our ashrams, all our temples, all our monasteries, all our gurukuls, we should have a clear board. Almost like every hall, every room, even the devotee's house where you are literally living like an extended Kailasa, you should put a board. It is collective integrity that makes your life and Kailasa successful. People who can make collective integrity successful are the leaders. Working with others, whatever need to be done, making it happen. My second responsibility is teaching my Kailasa people the collective integrity. Third, my third work is making Hindus aware how they are being cheated, exploited, destroyed, hit, persecuted. I tell you, one of the worst thing is Hindus are not even realizing they are being persecuted, they are under siege. Very active war is going on. Hinduism is the fastest shrinking, dying religion. Sorry for using the word dying. Fastest shrinking religion. Go and see the statistics. Don't try to come and Kambusutufai here. Go and see the statistics. Hinduism is the fastest shrinking religion. Just see last 100 years track record. You will understand what I am saying. These three are my important responsibilities. Let me do my first responsibility. Inspiring, initiating, making all of you understand in every level working with your body, with your mind, with your consciousness, and experiencing Divya Sarira, the divine conscious body, understand these few principles. These few principles which I am going to share with you all now are like universal, Sarvabhaumya, Vrataha. These are like universal vows, universal principles. Sattvic means anything which awakens the qualities of consciousness in you, like extreme love, fulfillment. I tell you, when I manifest from Samadhi, the kind of the love and joy, excitement, intensity I feel, actually this withdrawing from the society, I am enjoying like anything. I am basically a loner. Enjoys is aloneness. I don't feel intimidated or disturbed by the crowd. Thousands coming. No, I don't feel disturbed. It's not that I hate people. No. But I enjoy my space just being with me in samadhi. It is such an extraordinary living joy, living experience of bliss, not imagination, theory, visualization, fantasy. No. Living. How? You feel you are alive in your body. Bliss is a living experience for me in samadhi. It is just alive. Anything infuses that bliss, alive, as living experience in you is sattva. That is what I call good food. Good food is sattva. Sattva is the good food. I am getting so many questions now, alive. The live questions. Bhushanananda is asking, Dear Swamiji, what more can I do to keep the boat afloat? Bhushanananda, first drop all your fears, delusion. Go back to Adi Kailash. Decide your life is to keep the collective integrity. Sincere decision, intention to keep the collective integrity is enough. That will inspire everyone. Please understand, anyone who lives in my Kailasa, all over the world, whether it is a Adi Kailasa or Salem or Biddi or Tiruvannama, anyone who lives in my Kailasa, naturally, they have declared their individual integrity to me. They don't need to be inspired. They need to see others are also working for collective integrity. So let me also work for collective integrity. That's all. We just need few examples who are sincerely working for collective integrity. Then everyone will simply decide, yes, collective integrity is my life. Collective integrity is my life. Collective integrity keeps the boat afloat. Keeps the ship afloat. They just need few examples who are sincere to work for collective integrity. Bhushanananda, go to Adi Kailasa, be an example. Through your sincerity, show that you want everyone to come to collective integrity constantly, holding the space, talking to everyone, reaching out to everyone, inspiring everyone, educating everyone, about the collective integrity and how only collective integrity is going to make the ship afloat. Individual integrity alone is not enough to keep the ship afloat. You realizing and making everyone realize, that will only make the ship afloat. Bhushanananda, I know you are integrated to me individually, but you need to work for collective integrity. That is what is the real leader. Leader is a person who works for collective integrity. Not just individually integrated. As I said, I have many people who will just be happily ready to donate their kidney for me, but cannot go around and inspire others, ask others, work with others, and make others also integrated and make the collective integrity. I'm just seeing all the questions, live questions. Everyone is asking, how can we make the collective integrity happen? Actually, there is no manual for it. You need to start working with people. You need to start listening to people. You need to start bringing completion with yourself and with people. You need to start building team. We have a clear process. Manifesting everyone's reality. That used to be the syllabus for Inner Awakening 4th level. We had Inner Awakening level 1, level 2, level 3, level 4, where everyone's vision, ambition is shared and everyone tries to help to make everyone's vision into reality. So that should become the ecosystem, the collective integrity should become the ecosystem of every Kailasa. Any Kailasa where the collective integrity become ecosystem, that Kailasa will be successful. That's all. Maybe you can all think about collective integrity and have a Vakyartha Sadas about collective integrity. Not having collective integrity is the source reason and sole reason for all the problems of the Hindus. Any Kailasa brings collective integrity as the ecosystem will be successful and solve all problems of Hindus. See, when a collective integrity is brought, everyone in the team will be successful. Everyone will be successful. simple, super determinism to have a collective integrity. Brings collective integrity. That's what I am doing. How much I am attacked, abused from externally and even from internally. How many ways I have been attacked. But super determinism to keep the collective integrity, that made the Kailasa successful. Kailasa happened. That is making the Kailasa stay afloat and successful. Let's do Vakyartsadas on this and bring all your questions. I'll answer all those questions tomorrow in the next satsang live. The next live satsang. I don't want to say tomorrow. Next live satsang. And also we will start the Parashakti, Paramashakti, Devi Bhava Darshan and Akashic readings. Soon. So with this, I bless you all. Let's all work on this collective integrity. Let's all radiate with collective integrity also. Integrity, authenticity, responsibility, enriching, causing, living Paramadvaitam, the Shuddhadvaita Saivam, the state, space, powers, being, superconsciousness, and Kailasa of Paramashiva, Paramashivoham, Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham, the eternal bliss, Nithyananda. Thank you. Be blissful.
श्रीकैलासोन्नतद्वादशान्तश्यामलापीठारूढ श्रीमीनाक्षिसुन्दरेश्वरा भिन्नस्वरूप परशिवपुत्ररत्न कुमार गुरुमण्यतुल्यावतार श्रीपार्वतीस्तन्यपा
Holiness, Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashivam. Let's start with the Sadguru Vandanam. Nithyanandam Paramasukhanam Kevalam Jnanamurtim द्वन्द्वातीतं गगनसदृशं तत्त्वमस्यादिलक्ष्यम् एकं नित्यं विमलमचलं सर्वदी साक्षिभूतं भावातीतं त्रिगुणरहितं सद्गुरुं तं नमामि. Let's go through the disclaimers. Security measures. No photography, video, audio recording. Important cautions. Please be aware of the important cautions. What is spa manifestation? Let's hear from Bhagwan himself explaining what is spa manifestation.
All the 25 states of consciousness, when they happen in you due to your chemicals and hormones upside power manifestation is cognitive shift, playing with life, playing with being alive.
Beautifully, Bhagwan explained what is power manifestation. The science of power manifestation. It's a science because it is repeatable and all of us can manifest the powers of Paramashiva. Experiencing the superconscious breakthrough in each of us is science of power manifestation. The Shastra Pramana, the evidences from the Shastra, the scriptures, for proving it is science. The Shastra Pramana are eternal, unchangeable truth revealed in the source scriptures, the Vedas and the Agamas. The Apta Pramanas, experience and the results of the Aptas, who are the Rishis, Munis, Kanas, Nainamas, Alvars, Siddhas, all of them manifesting all the powers of Paramashiva, which is authentic, time-tested, and scientific and foolproof. Bhagavan has beautifully made us understand that how these humans became the superconscious being are the Aptas, who are the authority of Hinduism. Atma Pramana. Atma Pramana are the account of His Divine Holiness, Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashivam, this millennium's avatar's personal experience of each power manifestation, Bhagavan's very own Leelas. Bhagavan has beautifully explained in the satsang how he had been in the space of oneness and manifested Kailasa as a super determination. He is making us understand how the collective integrity can manifest Kailasa in our life. Shakshi Pramana. Shakshi Pramanas are the evidences from all the experience of the devotees, disciples, and followers all around the world manifesting the powers of Paramashiva initiated by Bhagavan himself. Bhagavan is very clear that he has manifested in all of us to experience the superconscious breakthrough. He has clearly said that whoever comes to the Kailash courtyard, I myself will be there and manifest through them all the auspiciousness and abundance. Again and again, when you are in the conscious space, even as little, and simply your whole reality shifts into the superconscious space and manifest all that abundance and beautiful healing and all that you are cherishing. Bhagavan beautifully says, if you're a $1 trillion kid, somebody says, hey, wake up. You are a $1 trillion kid. How would you feel? And what would you do? What would you experience? That is exactly how you wake up from this struggle and to understand that Paramashiva is all you are and manifesting as Parashakti is the most beautiful space of oneness with Paramashiva. Pratyaksha Pramana, the scientific study measuring the effect of being in the enlightened state. Again and again, Bhagavan gives us the thoughtless space to make us understand thinking is not required. The way we are withdrawing from thinking is not thinking, but becoming aware and not thinking is the ultimate space of oneness with Paramashiva. Let's go to the Shastra Pramana. Shastra Pramana are from the Veda Agamas, where Bhagavan has beautifully given from the Sarvanyatma Agama today for the power of all-knowing, Sarvanyatva.
Agama, verse 15. एवमेकात्मभावेन संस्थितस्य तु योगिनः सर्वज्ञत्वं प्रवर्तेत विकल्परहितस्य तु एवमेकात्मभावेन संस्थितस्य तु योगिनः सर्वज्ञत्वं प्रवर्तेत विकल्परहितस्य तु.
Bhagavan Paramashiva says, within such a yogi who established himself in absolute non-dual oneness with Lord Shiva and who keeps himself free from all sorts of differentiating notions, the exalted supreme power of all-knowingness, Sarvanyatva, gets unfolded in all its fullness. Bhagavan beautifully says how we are differentiating ourselves from others, from other objects, other beings, other things that are around us. Beautifully says that how God, Paramashiva, lives in the stones, breathes through the trees, moves through the animals, and manifests through the humans as superconscious being. Beautifully, if we understand that everything that exists is a dimension of Paramashiva manifesting as that reality. If we understand how we can understand a clay dough, a kid is playing with a clay dough, making a pot in a clay, making a house in a clay, and a doll in a clay. All the material that is a clay, the very source material is a clay. Same way, the very source material is consciousness, Paramashiva. And each one of us looking in and searching for that space and discovering that space is the science of our manifestation. And Bhagavan initiates us into that space for us to experience the higher superconsciousness, who we are. And that is what Bhagavan's play for all of us, Guru's blessing for all of us to recognize ourselves, who we are, what we are, and how we exist, the very core of us. When Arunagiri when he was doing all kinds of wrong things, literally a womanizer, he wanted to commit a suicide and he went to Tiruvannamalai temple and climbed on the top and he jumped. But a yogi came and helped him and told him he blesses him with all the powers of Sarvanyatva and he can simply start singing the praise of the Lord. And after that, he composed the whole Tirupugal. And all these great saints, how they happened on planet Earth and how they discovered themselves and manifested these reality as the beautiful space of oneness. Adi Shankara, when he was given a gooseberry by a lady, simply that gratitude that she had made him shower all the golden gooseberry as auspiciousness and abundance. He was a 7-year-old boy. He was not schooled. And how did he know the Kanakadara Sostra? Nobody taught him and nobody told him, if you sing this, they will get the showering. Nothing. He just downloaded in him and he gave that to the planet Earth. All these great things which are given to planet Earth gets downloaded, whether it is Einstein, Newton or Adi Shankara. It is Paramashiva who is manifesting and playing the Leela in our life. Again and again, all these discoveries and invention clearly shows us how the oneness space manifests as powers. And beautifully, Bhagavan, when he was in the womb of his mother was reciting the Abhirami Andadi, and simply when he came out and he was like 2-3 years old, when he started talking, he was reciting the whole thing. Now science has proven that if you teach a different language to the child which is in the womb and the mother doesn't know, when the child comes out, even as young as 1 year, it can speak that new language. All these science are known now, but we are already downloading all that for thousands of years. And such a beautiful space of oneness, we can download any information. The Balasans of Nithyananda Gurukul, they were put into a test. They were asked to sit on the stage of 10 of them, and each one was given a test which they don't know their grade nor the content of the subject they are going to be examined. They have to simply download the answers and they have to tell the answers in front of the audience on the stage, keeping an exam which is higher than their level, which they have no idea what the subject is. And still, all of them performed amazingly. They got 40 to 60%. Simply amazing marks by downloading the whole science. This was proven in Nithyananda Gurukul. Bhagavan himself manifested through each of the child, and simply they were so happy that they could write exams which they don't have to study anymore. Here, Guru Namachivayam, Bhagwan's one of the favorite. He was born in Karnataka and he moved to Thiruvannamalai, where he wanted to sing on Lord Shiva to enter the temple, but he didn't know. So every day he'll go there, make all the gestures and everything, and he will move away. Seeing this, one of them thought that he was misbehaving in front of the temple, took the stick and started beating him. So when he was beaten by a stick, he sings to the Lord, "Oh Lord, finally you made me do it. Otherwise I would have never done it." And he sings in Tamil, and the door opens and he simply surrenders, thanking Bhagavan for the beating that he got for singing the verses on Shiva to open the door. Even he thought that hitting was the right appropriate thing for him to expand into the superconscious space. Being in that oneness space, that everything is auspiciousness, everything that happens only expands to the more and more higher reality. Oneness with Paramashiva is the ultimate space that you can experience. Beautifully, Bhagavan explains how he is manifested the power of downloading Hindi. And so beautiful, he speaks and in Hindi and narrates the instant how it is happening in him. In the Atma Pramana.
See, the possibility of the human life is what we call Kundalini energy. Possibility of human life. There are multiple possibilities in you. It is like in set-top box. You have the possibility of 170 channels. But which channel you open is up to you. Reminding you about your possibility. And I also yesterday tried one more funny thing. It was very successful. Trying to pick up Hindi through Akashic records. I was able to very successfully. I can say at least 25 sentences I picked up. I just sent the Sanskrit statements. Usually I think in Sanskrit, means there is no individual free will and thinking, but the thinking is realized by my inner space first in Sanskrit, then it gets translated either into English or into Tamil. If I'm doing some administration work, that gets translated into Tamil. If I'm giving satsang, it gets translated into English. So yesterday I tried to send that raw material, that Sanskrit, into this Hindi software, and the statements came out. Kundalini is your possibility. The multiple possibility. After 25 statements, I think I myself got overexcited. So the moment I get overexcited, I fall into samadhi. The overexcitement leads to too much of completion. You can't have the gap between internal and external. So, the overexcitement. If you discover something new, how you get excited? Like that, I started getting excited. So the moment I started getting excited, I saw very clearly the Sanskrit, the words go inside and come out as a diffused energy. The words are not coming out. It's like the vak, what you call vocal cord in that area. From the being, the words enter, and by the time it comes out, it just becomes prana. It is no more a word. It is disintegrated to prana. Means gone back to the original source, the original form. So the original form of a letter is mantra. Original form of a language is mantra, the prana space. I know I'm throwing too many mystical details. Even if you don't understand, it's okay. I just wanted all these to be on record. When science evolves to scale spirituality, that time the scientists will discover the meaning of all these words. Till then, let all these be at least on record. Kundalini is your possibility. You letting your possibility happening in you. You trusting your possibility without self-doubt. You responding to your possibility without the self-doubt is Kundalini energy. Please understand. Each human being allows himself to be expressed, allows his possibility without self-doubt in one dimension, no doubt. Even if you are a useless fellow, to be useless in that dimension, you allow your possibility without self-doubt. Somebody allows their possibility without self-doubt in the field of cooking. This guy may be useless in all other fields, but in cooking, he has no self-doubt about himself. He knows any dish he sees, he will be able to make it. Some people will allow themselves without self-doubt in the field of medicine. Maybe an orthopedic surgeon or general physician or eye specialist or dentist. Somebody may express their peak possibility without self-doubt in the field of law. So every human being expresses his peak possibility, allows his peak possibility in some one field without self-doubt. It is not that you don't express in any field at all. No, then you can't be alive. Even to be alive, at least in one field, you have to allow the Kundalini to breathe through you. Kundalini has to breathe through you at least in one field. I have seen some people, they will be so cunning. In the cunningness, they will allow their peak possibility. In some field, you allow your peak possibility without self-doubt.
Bhagavan has beautifully said how the possibility in us without self-doubt, and Bhagavan beautifully said how collective integrity, that he is beyond all these struggles that is going on in his life, and he only super determination that he has, that Paramashiva is only real. The side effect is Kailasa, Bhagavan says. All that auspiciousness and abundance flow through us when we declare that Paramashiva is who we are, and all that manifests is Parashakti. Here, beautifully, Bhagavan gives us the power of translating unknown languages. They have translated the word Swarupa, and she found the meaning that it is a one who devoted to the truth. That is a beautiful space that devotee has explained how she has manifested the power of Sarvangyatva. You're going to translate English to unknown language or unknown language to English. Either way is fine. You can use Google Translation for verification. If you have a partner, you can ask the partner to give you a sentence, or you can take few sentences and start translating it in Sanskrit or any language that you don't know anything about. And simply you can see how Bhagavan is going to manifest through you. And we have seen many times, this is a very common thing, that was a child in the Paramashivoham program, and she was crying for a few days because she doesn't know that she cannot speak in English. She can only understand. And she was a French kid. And she went to Darshan, asked Bhagavan that I want to download English. And the very next day, she started speaking in English. Yes, when you start speaking, you'll usually make so many grammatical mistakes. The accent will be wrong. But she was a fluent English speaking kid. How can a kid just learn overnight the language and grammatically correct the first time she starts talking, and without stammering or trying to find words? And she was crying till that day that she doesn't like the program because everybody speaks in English and not in French. And suddenly the whole thing shifted and she just started speaking in English. We have seen so many times the Balasans, how they don't know Tamil. They come from different parts of India, and a Telugu kid was struggling how he can conduct a Tamil show, TV show, and Bhagwan blessed him. The very next day, he went on the show and started speaking in Tamil fluently. That is where we get a shock. How can you just download a language where it becomes just fluent the next day and you start talking? That has happened many times that we have witnessed in Gurukul. Now it is for each one of us to experience all these great truths in our life as our reality. So let's start. If you have a video camera, please record these great videos which you will cherish forever. All these great things that Bhagavan is telling us to do. Simple integrity, simple obedience. We will cherish the ultimate space of oneness again and again. So apply the Jnananjan. If you have the Kantamala, there's a locket and you can apply the Jnananjan in your temple and your third eye. If you do not have, apply the Basma and Kumkum, which from any temple, that is also perfectly okay. And if you have a partner, you can ask the partner to write down a few sentences from a different language, or they can give it in English and you can translate into some languages that you have never known before. Whatever you perceive, just start writing it down. And at the end, if you see 5 to 10 words continuously, absolutely write in the other language, or the translation is so beautifully done, then you have manifested the powers completely. But if you just feel the Kundalini energy and if you feel only the heat in the body or just got 1 or 2 words correct, that's beautiful. You have started manifesting. First, we need to understand we are manifesting constantly our life. We are consciousness who has come, and we also manifest our body, and through this body we experience the 5 senses. Everything that happens is a manifestation. And understanding this as a manifestation, and everyone that we have are the different shapes and size of ourself who are projected as our own reality. How in the dream you project, that is exactly how you're projecting right now also. So if you understand that you will not be angry with somebody, your right hand never gets angry with the left hand, even though it hurts sometimes the other hand. It is always in oneness how your microcosm works in your body. If you understand that, that is exactly how your outer reality is also. Everything that exists is a perception of you, and the existential reality is much different, where you are consciousness, which becomes the matter also, and which you perceive also. Such a beautiful space starts manifesting as reality. Now, let's go to the instruction. Let's sit straight with the head, neck and spine. Few minutes of meditation, deep meditation, will put you in such an auspicious abundance healing space for yourself and whoever is next to you. Just sitting in this session with so many of hundreds of us meditating on Paramashiva is the most beautiful space that we can experience. So visualize Paramashiva and verbalize whatever Bhagavan gave, the whole definition of collective consciousness, how we happen in others' life as others' reality is nothing but our own reality. Again and again understanding the others are nothing but the reflection of us, fulfilling different parts of us, and understanding that in a deeper and deeper sense, we'll understand that you are Paramashiva. Each one of us are Paramashiva, manifesting as Parashakti. Everything that exists is Paramashiva, manifesting as Parashakti. So complete completion, making everything redundant other than that. If you get a problem in your dream, will you go and get it fixed when you get up? No. If you have a problem, will you put a plaster on a mirror? No. Same way, all these problems, do not carry it on you. Make it redundant and irrelevant so that you can drop it and be in the oneness with Paramashiva. Paramashiva beautifully says how the churning, if you churn the milk and you find out churn the curd, you will find out there is butter in it, and inside the butter there is ghee in it. Like that, if you churn yourself and complete with all this incompletion, you will find Paramashiva in it and Parashakti in it, manifesting all your reality. Hold that space and chant the Mahavakya. Deeply, when you chant the Mahavakya, you will start experiencing that complete completion, that oneness space with Paramashiva. Entangling with Paramashiva, chanting the Mahavakya, you can chant any of the Mahavakya, Om Namah Shivaya, Shivaya, and hold the Ishtadevata or Bhagavan himself in your inner space and start continuously holding and chanting the Mahavakya. Whatever occurs, write it in a sheet of paper. At the end of the cycle, we'll verify whether those words are aligning to what Google Translation says. So let's start the power of Sarvanyatva, all-knowingness, chanting the Mahavakya intensely, whole being vibrating with that and listening to the chanting that you are chanting. Let's start chanting the Mahavakya.
Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivam. Om Nithyananda Paramashivam. Om Nithyananda Paramashivam. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Let Paramashiva's third eye manifest in all our third eyes. Let the Amrita pour, let the Varni open up, manifest in all of us. Let Paramashiva overflow, manifest the powers in all our third eyes. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. 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 Let Paramashiva's third eye manifest in all our third eyes. Let the Amrita pour, let the Varni open up, manifest in all of us. Let Paramashiva overflow, manifest the powers in all our third eyes. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. 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 Let Paramashiva's third eye manifest in all our third eyes. Let the Amrita pour, let the Varni open up. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
So beautiful. You can open your eyes. Whatever Paramashiva has given, now verify with the Google Translator how these translation matches with your words that you have downloaded as prasada from Paramashiva. All the gifts that Bhagavan is showering on each of us should make us understand that what in the space Bhagavan is waiting for each one of us to awaken to the higher reality. Bhagavan beautifully says how it is already existing in us and he's just making us realize the whole thing. Like somebody has lost their glasses and they're searching and somebody says, hey, your glasses is on you. And you say, oh yeah. And Bhagavan says like that, we will just recognize our space of Paramashiva and say, yes, I am Paramashiva. Everything is manifesting in me. Wow. I'm so happy I can recognize that. And that is the most beautiful space when that happens. That is exactly how these balasans manifest, and they say, oh my god, I am Kalabhairava, I am able to do the Akashic reading, I am able to see the golden letters. All these greater truth, when it becomes the reality in you, you start recognizing your higher self. And that is the integrity that the Bhagavan is saying. How you have to be integrated to your higher self, you're earning to know that, seeking that. Simply your earning becomes reality, that you know you are Paramashiva, like Bhagavan staying with you 24/7, a physical presence of him and manifesting all the things that ultimate reality is. So that is the most beautiful space of oneness with Paramashiva. Surrendering yourself in such a way that you are completely redundant and only Paramashiva manifests through you. And beautifully, we'll have one more cycle and completely let's get into the oneness space with Paramashiva to manifest the powers of Sarvajñatva. And write down whatever occurs, and at the end, if you've manifested the powers, please share even as a little. When you start sharing, that is when things become more stable and you start seeing that power manifestation is not something which happens for somebody or balasans, but it is you who is experiencing that, and you are super conscious being. If you're doing such complicated things of digesting your food into blood and making it go to your brain and all the functions that the brain does and the heart does and the lungs does, so much of complication, if you're able to manifest that, simply you can manifest downloading few words. That is much easier than all this Bhagavan says. So let's start chanting the Mahavakya. Sit straight with your head, neck and spine. Put away your gadgets for a few minutes. Let's get into the deep oneness with Paramashiva and chant the Mahavakya. Bring the visualization, verbalization of everything that you know as Paramashiva in your third eye. Unclutch from everything else, including your body. Just merge into the sound of Mahavakya and oneness with Paramashiva, Shaktipada, and experience the power of Sarvajñatva. Let's start chanting the Mahavakya. Keep the paper ready to start noting down all the details. Whatever comes to you, start writing down. Don't judge anything. And simply you'll see the correct answers also among that. So start writing down all the things and let's start chanting deeply the Paramashiva Mahavakya.
Let Paramashiva's third eye manifest in all our third eyes. Let the Amrita pour, let the Varni open up, manifest in all of us. Let Paramashiva overflow, manifest the powers in all our third eyes. Om Nithyananda Paramashivam. 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 Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. 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 Let Paramashiva's third eye manifest in all our third eyes. Let the Amrita pour, let the Varni open up, manifest in all of us. Paramashivoham, 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 Paramashivoham. Let Paramashiva overflow, manifest the powers in all our third eyes. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. 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 Let Paramashiva's third eye manifest in all our third eyes. Let the Amrita pour, let the Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om
Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda.
So beautiful. Whatever you have received as prasada, please share with the world. That is collective integrity. More and more, each one of you sharing with the world, the world will become such a beautiful place. Share your whatever pre-satsang, your cognitions on the power manifestation, on the satsang experiences, breakthroughs, and whatever you have recorded or taken picture. Authentically share with your social media platforms or in tinyurl.com/powermanifestation. Tag it to your friends and family. Every time you share with your teamly, you expand more and more. You understand you are Paramashiva and they are also Paramashiva, manifesting in different forms and shapes. Once you understand that, you will not feel anything else other than you will only feel more enriched and more powerful. Sharing with the world, enriching and causing, Bhagavan says, I myself will be there and cause others reality. That is nothing but your own reality. And if you see a dollar sign at the end of the YouTube chat, you can click on it and offer $1, a gratitude space for whatever Bhagavan is showering for all of us. Again and again, he is giving us all these great truths because of the Kailasa, and contributing to Kailasa is the best thing that you can offer in deep gratitude in oneness with Paramashiva. So let's surrender all that powerful cognition and power manifestation to Bhagavan's lotus feet. Thank Bhagavan for whatever he has shown us, and with the deep gratitude and earning, ask Bhagavan to make Paramashiva as your reality. And thank each one of you to create such a beautiful space to manifest the powers today. So with that, let's end this session with the Purna Mantra. Om Purnamada Purnamidam Purna Purnamudashyate Purnasya Purnamataya Purnameva Vashishyate. Om Shanti 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 Hari Om Tat Sat Sarvam Bhagavate Sri Nithyananda Paramashivam Paduka Arpanamastu. Om Nithyanandam. Thank you so much. See you again at 6 p.m. in the Zoom session. You can log in through Kailasa for our next power manifestation session. Nithyanandam.